Oh. Never has that statement actually been more untrue. We are far from ready to go, but we're going to give it our best shot. Good morning, everybody. Oh, my goodness. What are we doing here at this hour? We welcome you to a new week. And Gwynn and Chris checking in the midday slot here. At least Tony's on time, kind of. He's in Philadelphia on the East Coast, so there it's 1 o'clock. He's had a chance to have kind of a regular day. Hello, sir. We are, Scraby and I are like still fighting off the cobwebs, I think. This may not be early for the rest of you out there who get to work normally at 8:30 or 9, but for us, like we're just not there. We're just not there.
It takes a little bit for the brains to warm up.
Yeah, so we're going to give it our best.
I 100% get it. I mean, having to do this show at 10 o'clock, I'd be a mess right now.
We are, and anybody watching on the stream, on the YouTube, there's nothing to watch. I haven't even come close to signing in.
There's me. So you can go to the stream.
I've tried to get signed into the stream, but I'm just not quite there yet. Anyway, we'll give it everything we got here. I know the Padres did that in Cincinnati over the weekend. And look, that was, first of all, it's a very frustrating loss. Anytime you have a 1-run lead and, you don't hold it in the bottom of the ninth, you're going to, feel like that was a missed opportunity. But, and Tony, we know this. If they would have won that game yesterday, it would have been one of the great steal jobs in baseball history. History might be a little harsh, but you go 0 for 13 with runners in scoring position and leave I don't know how many chances to add to that lead on the table. You just kind of knew almost that they weren't going to win in the bottom of the ninth. It was just had that feeling all along, and so it came to happen. Good news, they got all those chances. Bad news, they didn't put any of them in. So that's what I think hurt them.
Not a one.
Yeah, not a one. Incredible.
No, that's the definite takeaway from yesterday's game. 0 for 13, multiple opportunities, and couldn't string together, a hit. And when you leave opportunities in general, but especially when you leave that many, it pretty much forces you to have to be perfect in a game that is very hard to be perfect. And I'm sure T Wade is beating himself up over not making that play.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, that has very little to do with why they lost that game. You know what I'm saying? Like, ultimately, you leave 13 runners on, or you go 0 for 13 with runners in scoring position. That's you giving yourself no leeway at all.
Yeah, and they actually did leave 13 on too. So 13 was the unlucky number in both categories there. And look, they tried a little bit of everything, right? They weren't making a lot of productive outs early in the game either. Like, guys would get on second base and they would stay there the rest of the inning. And so Mike Schilt, put the bunt on and got Cronenworth, got him over and almost beat that out, but got him over.
Yeah.
And, Diaz popped up. So it was just one of those things where you just inning after inning after inning. And, you like I said, if they would have won it, it would have been a great, one of those ones that you got out of there. Bogarts had another great game. And, this is starting to become more of a trend. I hate to tell the Bogarts haters out there, but it's become more of a trend that Bogarts is having great games, doubles, 2 doubles, a home run. Yeah. And, he's playing great defense. I know he went down late in that game, and I hope that he'll be back in there today in Philadelphia. I'm sure that'll be kind of a wait and see on that, but he's doing his thing, more than you've ever gotten before. Gavin Sheets continues to be a revelation. I know he went 0 for 2 yesterday with RISP, but he also had 2 hits, and he hit the game-winning home run on Saturday. And he's doing it all against left-handed pitching, by the way, which is even another feather in his cap. So
For sure.
that's a surprise. I got I don't get a lot of messages from either of you during the game because you guys know that I'm never watching live.
Exactly.
But Saturday afternoon, there it was from Tony Gwynn Jr. Hey, Chris, we finally got you a 3-run homer. And my response to that in my mind, because I wasn't watching at the time, I was out refereeing some basketball Saturday afternoon, obviously taping the game or DVRing the game. But my first thought in my mind was, I bet you we won this game. I mean, that's 3-run homers do help you win games. I know that I get made fun of because I point out the fact the Padres have not been doing the 3-run homer this year. But whenever you do them, they help you win. And so they got that one win there. And they go into Philadelphia. They kind of got to it's not gotta anything. But the bottom line is this wild card thing is bunching up, Tony. There's so many teams now that you feel like anytime you lose 2 out of 3, you're losing a little ground somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, listen, maybe. I would just say that the one positive you could take out is that you did have some guys swing the bat well yesterday, and it seemed like the middle of the lineup was pretty productive. And so they're going to need that in this next go round. I mean, in this next series against Philly, because you're facing Wheeler in a game he's always tough on the Padres. Game 2, you got Christopher Sanchez, who's another one of their good lefties. The Padres have struggled, although they did well against Abbott the other day there. I thought they ran his pitch count up, got him out of the game. So, and then on Wednesday, who are they throwing on Wednesday? They're throwing Abel, throwing a righty. So it's
the
a
new
young
guy.
dude. Maybe
young
they can,
guy.
Maybe they can take advantage of the young guy. But this is a good team, another good team, and Padres, facing off against good teams have been a little bit of an issue for them this year.
They have not done as well against a good team. They have mopped up on the losing teams, and that's what's keeping them right in the hunt. Look, I mentioned the wild card race. I mean, it is really tight. I mean, you've got 6 teams, starting with the Mets, then the Brewers, then the Cardinals. The Padres are actually in the 4th spot right now in the wild card. The Giants and the Reds. Those 6 teams are separated by 3.5 games from top to bottom. So, yeah, anytime you win a couple, you move up. Anytime you lose a couple, you move down. And so, there's going to be this quite crazy race for a while. You brought up the left-handed pitching, and I got to put it out there, Tony, how they're doing, better, et cetera. To me, the reason that it feels like they're struggling against left-handed pitching is because Fernando Tatis Jr. is struggling. And it is honestly now a bit of an extended stretch. I know he had a hit yesterday, but he in the I think it's 49 games is hitting like 203, and his OPS is like 670, which is kind of Xander Bogaerts territory. And I'm always willing to give everybody an up and down, 15, 20 games here and there. You go up, you go down. But this is an extended one. 49 games is almost a third of a season. And I've been kind of waiting for Fernando to bust out of this thing, Tony. And it hasn't really happened yet, honestly.
No, it hasn't. And I think the offense hasn't been as good since he hasn't been as good, and so there may be some correlation there, but I mean he's not going nowhere. He's going to be in that lineup.
Oh yeah,
so
no, yes, I'm not suggesting they take him out. I'm just suggesting that they need.
You just hope that he can get it going. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any doubt. You definitely have to have a Padres lineup at its best. Not only has Manny doing what he's doing, but it also has Toddy being a big factor in it as well. And so I think him and Merrill both have to, and Jackson he's shown some signs of getting going in the direction that we saw, but those two are going to be vital. I think that's just the cold hard facts, along with what Manny has continued to do throughout the season.
Yeah, Tatis, the OPS, I mean, is about 120 points lower than his season OPS. So we're not getting the slug. It's about 100. Well, I'm going to say it's about 200 points lower than his career OPS. His career OPS is 871. And like we said, 40, 50 games, he's at about 670. So that's, we got to start seeing the Fernando we're used to seeing. And I think that's going to go a long way to cranking this thing up. But maybe, hopefully, this week in Philadelphia would be a really good time. But as you said, Tony, they're playing some really good arms. I mean, Wheeler tonight, and nobody ever seems to knock him around too much. And Sanchez has nasty stuff tomorrow. So Padres are going to have their work cut out for them. The good news there is once they get through Philly, they will finish at home with 10 games before the All-Star break. And then I think we'll discuss this here moving forward. But, the next month and a half, what was the trade deadline? The end of July, or did they move it back? I forget.
No, it's the end of July. Let me just make sure.
I thought they moved it up. Anyway, I think A.J. Preller is going to be.
I want to say it's the 31st.
Yeah, they do.
It is
I know
the 31st.
It used to be the 31st. Okay, they kept it there. So to me, A.J. Preller is going to be in the spotlight the next month. Like, we're going to bring him up a lot because I think the team as it's currently constructed is either a bunch of guys are going to have to start doing better. Or I don't know that they're going to get where they want to go. They need King back. They need Darvish back, and they need some more offense. And we'll see what AJ can do here because they're hanging right there. That's the good news. They're certainly in position to do something, but I'm becoming a little bit concerned with what I'm seeing. All right, but that's me, and it's this early. The fact that I'm seeing anything is a surprise at this point. We are in for Braden.
It's not early anymore, right?
Huh?
I mean, it's not early anymore, right? Like, can I start maybe sort of worrying a little bit?
Oh, you mean the Padres early? I thought you meant is it early in the morning?
Oh, no, it's definitely early in the morning. But I'm saying, like, the Padres, the season, it's not early anymore in my mind.
No, it's not early. We're halfway point.
Yeah.
Beyond the halfway point.
Now I'm going to start
You want to get concerned?
Worrying a little bit.
All right. Well, let's talk about what they need to do when we come back. And I think, some of it's obvious. Maybe some of it isn't obvious, but we're in for Braden. Braden was in for the morning show. The Padres and Phillies pregame show is like 5.5 hours from now. So don't even worry about that. We'll be on the air till then. Tony's in Philly, Gwynn and Chris on 97.3 The Fan.
Things. It even tells you, hey, there's a canyon over here. Don't hit it here.
Scraby from about 45 feet. His caddy tells him to play it a little to the right. He's been playing well so far today. Fourth hole. Nice smooth delivery. Hit it too hard.
Sasquatch. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You hit some.
these things. It even tells you, hey, there's a canyon over here. Don't hit it here.
Scraby from about 45 feet. His caddy tells him to play it a little to the right. He's been playing well so far today. Fourth hole. Nice smooth delivery. Hit it too hard.
Sasquatch. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You hit some.
These things. It even tells you, hey, there's a canyon over here. Don't hit it here.
Scraby from about 45 feet. His caddy tells him to play it a little to the right. He's been playing well so far today. Fourth hole. Nice smooth delivery. Hit it too hard.
Sasquatch. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second.
Pretty early in the morning for my two guys, Christopher and Matthew, but they're hanging in.
He said, huh? I'm usually walking the dogs right about now, so.
It's throwing everybody off. It's throwing me off. I mean, we're all routine oriented.
Oh, totally.
And this routine is not working for me.
Before
good thing you can adjust to the situation.
Sounds
Chris.
like it, doesn't it? Yeah.
Before we move any further into the show, we do need to make sure we speak on the passing of Dave Parker. The Cobra, as they called him, passed away. He was dealing with Parkinson's for a while now, and was obviously going to be going into the Hall of Fame here in the next couple of weeks. And unfortunately, he won't be able to go through the ceremony. But a sad day in baseball, as one of, I thought, one of the legends of our game passed away.
He was a terrible oversight by the Hall of Fame voters, not putting him in the Hall of Fame until they did. And as it turned out, it was, a little too late, because he doesn't get to, as you said, Tony, enjoy it. The guy finished in the top 5 of the MVP balloting 5 times. So that tells you he's one of the best players in the league, at least 5 times. And more than that, because he was winning the Gold Glove pretty much every year in right field. He was winning the Silver Slugger pretty much every year. He was on the All-Star team. He had one of the best arms from right field ever.
Yeah.
You could put anybody else against him. And there might be guys that threw as well as Dave Parker, not better though than Dave Parker.
Nope.
And there's highlights of some of the throws he made in World Series and in All-Star games when that stuff actually mattered. Dave Parker was incredible. And Dave Parker gets one more note on my list of remembrances for baseball players. He helped me realize that baseball players are human beings too. When they ran a photo of him in Sports Illustrated sitting in his locker smoking a cigarette. And I thought, oh, okay, this is real. Now, I don't know that he was a heavy smoker, but he had a cigarette going. Dave Parker should have been in the Hall of Fame a long time ago. And it's too bad, honestly, that this, now he passes before he can even, get down there and, be part of it. And I don't know I think there's something with the 70s and 80s, Tony, because the numbers weren't as big.
Yeah,
it was just a different era. Parker only hit 30 home runs 3 times. But I guarantee you if Parker played, when some of these other guys played, he would hit 40 7 or 8 times.
He was a big acquisition of the Oakland Athletics when they ran through the Giants in the World Series back then. He was a big part of that.
1990, he had 21, 22 home runs. He had 20. Yeah. Look, Parker was just a star player. Right? Here's the thing. They did a really good piece on NFL Network the other day about John Stallworth and Lynn Swann. Now, these were 2 Super Bowl wide receivers for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They both probably made more highlight reel catches for touchdowns in the Super Bowl than any pair in history. But both of them, it took them like 10 years each after their careers to get into the Hall of Fame. And they interviewed now they're both in there now finally, but they interviewed the Pittsburgh writer who covered them and asked him what finally pushed it over the limit, what got people to change their mind. And he said, I finally stood up one day because, in the NFL Hall of Fame, they actually sit around in rooms and discuss guys. You don't just fill out a ballot and send it in. And he said, he stood up and he said, I don't care what the numbers are on Swann and Stallworth because, again, this is an era where the Steelers used to run the football. These guys didn't catch the ball a lot. He said, don't look at the numbers. Just look at what do your eyes tell you? He goes, if that's the numbers, then we don't even need to be here. A computer can choose the Hall of Fame. He said, look at the players. Look at what they did. And I think that's what you need to do with a guy like Parker. I don't care what the numbers are. He was one of the best players in baseball. Should have been in the Hall of Fame a long time ago. Anyway,
couldn't agree more.
That's my diatribe on that. We should also mention the passing of Dwayne Lucas yesterday at the age of 89. There's a lot of Del Mar people and horse racing fans. Dwayne Lucas was just synonymous with the sport of horse racing. And 89, he trained more Triple Crown race winners than any other trainer in history but Bob Baffert. He's a legend, Hall of Fame, and his passing is going to be felt and missed. He'll be missed in the horse racing community as well. So to our horse racing fans out there.
To our soccer fans, SDFC with another victory, 3-2 victory. Yeah, man, this is yes. Give it up for SDFC. 3-2 victory against FC Dallas. They continue their just amazing inaugural season here so far. This is shaping up to, at this point, it's shaping up to be a one for the ages at this point, the way they have come in and asserted themselves atop the table.
They scored in extra time to win the match. It was tied up, and they scored with, after the final official, buzzer there. They got the extra time. Yeah, they're on an incredible roll, and
I think I'm at the point now where I might very well have to purchase a Apple package here.
Yeah, can you buy one for your less than rich partner? I want to watch the matches. I do, and I'm really, now I'm kind of torn. What do I do here? These team is 12-5. They're on top. They score more goals than anybody in the league. They're fun to watch. I really.
I think I've come to that crossroads that I think it's gonna have to happen. It's gonna have to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I've been, my only other choice is just to whine about the MLS not making the match available to me.
Yeah,
either that, or I'm gonna have to start begging for a press pass every week and kind of just sneak in there that way. But yeah, I want to see these guys play. I enjoyed watching them early in the season when some of the matches were on, and now I feel like I'm missing out on what's happening here.
I definitely feel like I'm missing out. That's definitely a big reason why I'm doing it at this point, because I feel like everybody else is getting to enjoy this and I'm not. And so, yeah, I decided last night actually that this is happening.
Do you run that past your significant other, or do you just make a purchase and ask for forgiveness later?
I think I'm gonna go with the latter this time.
when you're able to watch the next soccer match and it clicks on in her mind, wait a minute, did you buy the soccer package? Then you'll have to explain it from there.
I'll have to wear it at that point. But
Yeah, okay.
I think it may be worth it at this point.
Yeah, incredible. I don't know if Mikey Veras isn't the coach of the year in that league. That seems like the easiest call of all time. So
we did confirm Matt Waldron looks like he'll be making the start today for the Padres. And so if indeed that is going to be the case, his last time, the Padres' only victory last year came on a start for Matt Waldron, in which he was brilliant. So quite frankly, the Padres need a starter to go some distance. They haven't had very much luck here recently with a starter being able to get deep into the ball game.
Yeah, other than Pivetta, right?
Pivetta's been the only one.
Innings the other day. I've been calling for Waldron to get healthy and get up here and help this ball club. They need it. They're Michael King. They're keep writing story. Kevin Acey, give him credit. He's on the beat, man. He's writing about Michael King and when he might come back and ramp up, but still nobody knows. So. Darvish, I think, is, all-star break, couple more weeks. So they could use 2 or 3 good starts from Matt Waldron right now. There's no question. And, hopefully the knuckleball, he's got a good feel for it. That's the hard thing about a knuckleball. He hasn't pitched in a big league game in a long time, and now he's got to go out there tonight and throw it up there and hope it's dancing.
He has the chance to do something that he didn't get to do last year, which is pitch the second half of the season. Because, last year he got the Padres through the first half, and then he got injured and had to go down. He threw a bunch of innings, but now he gets to pitch in some big games.
Wait, what? He pitched it. He was here to the break, wasn't he?
Yeah, no, he was. But I'm saying, he didn't get to pitch down the stretch last year.
Right. We don't know that that's going to be the case this year. So
I guess that's true.
We should wait and see if that actually is going to happen. That certainly, he's capable if you do need him. I think he's shown that in the first half of last season. Nonetheless, let's get to break because on the other side, Padres pen pals should be, absolutely fantastic. I already see one of them that you got on the rundown.
Someone tweeted me during the game on Saturday. Tweeted a bunch of us saying they're done with this team, and then they came back and won the game.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that's the same person that probably has tweeted us about, because the hot streak that Xander Bogaerts is on right now, that never happened because we DFA'd him long ago.
Yes, him and Luis Ariz and
so
all those other guys.
Yeah, those guys no longer on the squad. I don't know if you're
we'll talk about all of that and some on the other side. We're going to Chris.
Quinning.
for this ball club to help ensure that they survive this wild card race. As I said, 6 teams separated by 3.5 games right now.
I will say the days leading up to the deadline aren't really that fun to be around because everybody's on eggshells.
Yeah, I bet.
Naturally, like that's what I've noticed over, since I've been doing this full time, being around everybody, and depending on the year, it starts a little bit earlier. Like last year, I felt like there was only a few days of it. The years prior, it felt like you dealt like for a week, everybody was like walking on eggshells. So, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I mean, we get to that point, we come out of that break, a couple games into it. By that time, I'm sure the buzz will be high, and we'll start having at least a feel for what's out there in terms of like the overall viewpoint. But yeah, man, this roster as is now may only be intact for another 30 days.
I agree. I think that's a given. One of the guys that I know his name has come up a lot. It doesn't excite me too much, but because he's hitting 185. But Luis Robert did go on the injured list today with a hamstring injury.
That is
could
one of the most
could affect something there. I don't know.
That is one of the most common guys that is asked, why not trade for him? Why not trade for him?
Because he's hitting 185. That's why.
Exactly. And look at his last couple years.
Shouldn't really be much bigger an answer than that. But if you really want a guy 185, then maybe we should, get him. All right, let's do some Padre pen pals. Is he going to be asked about in that?
No.
All right.
It's time to ask the experts, Padres fans.
I was hoping maybe you can bring a little insight into it.
Write us, tweet us, Facebook us, send a carrier pigeon for Chris. He thinks they're cute. Padres Pen Pals begins
Hurt the pelota big time.
now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right. If you are not familiar with Padres Pen Pals, this is something that we do Mondays at 3:40 most of the time, and it's things that I get in my DMs, things that I get on Twitter, Instagram, whatever. It's been rough in the last couple weeks.
Rough because the team hasn't played up to
yeah,
okay.
and everybody needs to be DFA'd, and everybody needs to be released, and everybody needs to be fired, and blah 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 blah. But here is one. I'm not going to say this person's name because they admitted that they tweeted this in their feels, but this is not the first time I have received a message like this. It was during the game on Saturday when the Padres went down. What was it, 3-1 at some point, and then they had to make their way back.
4-1.
You're right, 4-1. Okay,
yeah.
So it was right after they went to 4-1. The Reds scored,
and I mean, I got to be honest with you, with all due respect, because I'm now a fan of Vasquez after he drove me crazy in April. I mean, did they just every ball they hit fall in the other day? It seemed like they in the Vasquez game, Tony. I mean, they're hitting some balls on the line, but I mean, my goodness, not every ball you hit is supposed to find grass. It seemed like that was happening.
Well,
yeah, it definitely did.
That happens. That happens when you're leaving the ball up.
Yeah,
so like even when he was on the edges, even when he was on the edges, if it was up, they were still able to kind of.
Yeah. I mean, they had, I think, 8 hits off him in the first 2 innings. I'm like, come on,
crazy.
What's going on?
Traffic copping to the extreme.
Like somebody catch the ball, but you couldn't catch it. It kept landing out of everybody's reach.
All right, so this person tweeted this. I am now officially just going to tune out the Padres. See you next year. Also, at Woods, Ben, 97.3, Scraby, Braden, I know you guys get some money from the Padres, but please don't sell out and say that we are doing just fine. Woods replied to this tweet and said that we pay them, which I thought was, that is true. The Padres do not pay us to carry the games. We actually purchase it from them.
But the Padres do pay us to say nice things about them. I mean,
don't facilitate the rumor.
Let's tell everybody with a fact. I mean, I said the Padres, played well Saturday. Cha-ching. That was like $10 right there.
Okay, so my question for you guys, and Chris, you're up first, is this feeling not too crazy at this point in the year?
Who's first?
You.
Okay. That feeling probably can cross anybody's mind during the course of one of these games, but yeah, it's stupid. Look, it's stupid for no other reason than this question back to you, and that is, what are you going to do instead?
That's true. They're going to still watch the games.
Yeah, what do you have lined up for the next 3.5 months? Because I remember, this is going back a ways, but I remember one year the NFL went on strike, and it was seemed like the third time they missed games in like a 6 or 7 year period. They're going on strike a lot, and I said, I've had enough, and I'm not watching. They went on strike for 3 weeks, so I'm not watching any football for 3 weeks. And the first Sunday, I went holed up in my room and watched HBO during NFL games.
And you're like, what am I doing this for?
Exactly. Now we're into it. I was like, this is stupid. What's the score of the game? Come on. What are you going to watch some dumb movie? I want to watch the game.
That is hilarious.
So, yeah, you're not going to – you can give up the Padres, but you got nothing better to do out there. Please.
Tony, what do you think about this? Is this not – I know what you're going to say about this, but do you understand why people might think this?
That I'm done for the whole year? And no, I can't. I don't understand that. I think I think sports may not be for you. But you know what? Sports is for you. Baseball's not for you.
Yeah,
it's a much, the other sports, the sense of urgency makes sense. Well, maybe not basketball, but football definitely, the urgency makes sense. These other sports, though, it's like you got to play the long game. If you're going to quit in halfway through the season and just turn it off, I don't think baseball is something that you really enjoy. It may not be for you.
I do. What Tony's saying is pretty on point, because I cease being a Dolphin fan every Sunday for about an hour, and then I go back.
Don't worry, everybody.
This is the last game I've ever watching. I've had it.
I don't think I've ever said that.
But you know what I mean, though. You get frustrated, right?
Yeah,
the game's on. I can't handle this anymore. I'm not watching next week.
Baseball was baseball's just a very different sport to be a fan of.
Yeah.
You just have to have patience, and obviously I learned that over the years, and I'm still impatient.
It's hard.
I feel like, hey, eight hits by Randy Vasquez in the first 2 innings, I was pulling my hair out.
Yeah,
but they ended up winning the game, and that's the thing. When people text me in the middle of the game, this team's garbage. It's like the game's not even over yet. And
that's the thing, is it's so silly at this point, given how many times they've come back.
They have.
If you're still firing off the angry tweets or things mid-game, third inning, it's like, bro, just do something else. Don't even watch. Why do this to yourself?
I do understand the passion, all of that, but it's just a lot sometimes. All right, that's the first one. Here's a positive one for everybody. Gavin Sheets has been awesome this season, and I am wondering, Tony, you're up first, if we can expect him to be this guy the rest of the season. Basically, is this who he is?
Thank you for the clarification.
Is this who he is?
At this point, you have to start believing what you see, right? Halfway through, I think he's gotten better against lefties. I think he's been pretty consistent with the power. Just when it seems like he's starting to teeter off, boom, he has another good streak that gets him back where he's at again. And so, he's going to have to do it. He's going to have to complete the season for it to be, for real. But I think at this point, you can at least start to be a little bit more comfortable depending on his production at this point, because he's really been, pretty consistent. Certainly the most consistent he's ever been in his career.
Chris, is this the guy? Is this who Gavin Sheets is?
Pretty close to it, really. He's a little above what he normally does. He's about 30 points higher against right-handed pitching than his career. So, I think he can continue that. Against lefties, he's about 40 points higher. So that's,
he's been hitting lefties lately.
Lately, he's been hitting them. Now, keep in mind, he's got one home run against lefties, the rest of them against righties. And that was against Chris Sale, but, Still just one. Yeah, I think this is what Gavin's going to give you the rest of the year. I feel comfortable about it. I think his confidence has got to be through the roof. And frankly, he survived left field. Not only surviving, and now he's starting to make a diving play here and there. It's like it's getting good to him out there in left field.
That play was huge.
It was. Look, Gavin. For anybody that doesn't like AJ Preller, and I know there's a lot of you out there, keep reminding yourself that
they don't like him today.
Right, they don't like him today. But I'm just saying, keep in mind, if you don't like AJ Preller, this season might be over by now. Had he not gotten Gavin Sheets and Nick Pivetta. Those two guys have been so, godsends.
Every year AJ Preller brings in guys that contribute right away, like Gary Sanchez came in, contributed right away last year, Kyle Higashioka. This year he's got Gavin Sheets and Nick Pivetta. So he does find the deals in free agency, it works out.
I would say. At least that time.
All right, let's move to the next one. Chris, you're up first.
For the record, Higashioka wasn't a free agent, but that's okay.
Oh, you're right.
Don't
he wasn't.
let facts stand in the way of a good story.
No, that's right. But he did ask for Higashioka in the trade.
I see. Okay.
So there was some part of AJ Preller that wanted Kyle Higashioka.
Right. We
got you.
God, what am I on Twitter right now? Jeez.
Oh, bro, I couldn't help myself, though. I tried not to say anything, but I couldn't help it.
I can see the tweet now, bro. Kyle Higashioka was a trade, not a free agency pickup. If you knew anything about baseball, you would know that, okay?
You don't know ball.
I don't know ball.
Yeah.
I love Fernando, but for a guy who is making a ton of money, he has not lived up to the contract, and quite honestly, just seems like an average player. You are going to argue with me, he's not, but look at what he's done recently. Ever since he signed that contract, it's been a bleep show. He's supposed to lead us to a World Series. Don't see it. Chris, why won't people give him a harder time?
Sounds like that person just did.
Yes, they did.
Secondly, Fernando's got a little, cachet built up. He is one of the great, Padres we've ever had here for the first 5 or 6 years of his career. He didn't make it past the open of my show today. Right? I mean, I'm starting to notice. I think people are starting to notice that he's been struggling for a while, way too long. 50 games is a long time. And he is one of the straws that makes, stirs that drink. He has got to get going. Tony agreed. It's imperative. But the thing with Fernando, and in the back of my mind, I think it's in yours too, Scraby, keep that email handy.
Oh, yeah.
Because if he hits 20 home runs in the next month and a half, I want to read it again. Because he's certainly capable. And I'm waiting for the switch to click.
That's the thing.
I'm not
is
giving
like
up yet on Fernando.
He has every at bat is a chance for him to hit a home run, do something great, turn it around. So it's really hard to give up on a guy like that.
I don't think you're going to give up on him.
Tony?
I just hope that he's able to shut those kind of things down here in the next month.
Why don't people give Fernando a harder time?
I think Chris explained it pretty well. He's built up some cachet. And I do think people are starting to notice. I don't think there's a question. I think we obviously hit on it in the first segment of the show today, talking about it. And I just, in terms of getting on them, I mean, what is it that you're looking for us to do on that?
I never understand this. I never understand this. I get this all the time.
Come on, Toddy, you got to get going there, guy, and start getting some hits.
Well, since you're there in Philadelphia, I expect you to go bang on his door right about now, Tony, and jar him up.
I mean,
it's
think,
not in the morning there. I keep forgetting.
It's in the afternoon. We're 150.
Yeah.
I think ultimately, yes, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, Toddy's not swinging the bat well, and the offense is maybe suffering because of it. I don't think that's unfair at all. But beyond that, there's nothing else to really say.
Yeah, I get this a lot in my DMs, but it's Scrappy, why don't you hold these guys accountable? What am I supposed to do? Like,
Why don't you hold them accountable?
yeah, like, well, me and the media. And the media. One of the comments I see on the chat all the time is from random people who come in and say, man, this media is so soft in this town. No one's holding these guys accountable. Yeah. What are we going to do? We're doing everything that we can. We talk about how bad they are when they're bad. We talk about how good they are when they're good. I don't understand it. Fernando's not going to care what I have to say to him. If I walk up to him and be like, hey, Fernando, I need you to be more accountable. He'd be like, who is this guy? Get him out of here. Because I don't care what he has to say. I don't understand it. All right, here's the last one. Why is Xander on this team? Why is Iglesias on this team? Why is Tyler Wade on this team? Why is Yuki Matsui, Wandy Peralta, and hell, even Robert Suarez on this team? AJ did not do a good job on this team. He did an incomplete job. Tony, you're up first. The prompt is discuss.
Can we get a name associated with this, or is this
why do we even have a baseball team at this point? I mean, he wants to get rid of everybody.
That is true.
We should just have no team. It sounds like.
I'm gonna call this Grumpy Man.
Discuss. I don't know what to discuss. I think both T. Wade and Iglesias have been terrific in the roles that they've been asked to play. Xander, has been better here as of late. Why is he on the team? We signed him to a 10-year deal.
Good point.
Yuki had a rough one the other day. Wandy has been inconsistent. I think that's all fair. But yeah, what else what are we discussing? Yes, they've all had bad moments at times this season.
Chris, discuss.
I got nothing for this. This is so dumb and outlandish that I don't have anything to really attack it with.
I do understand.
I mean, I'm not going to break down every single player who has a bad game. I mean, look, Yuki Matsui is on my fantasy team, right? As a kind of, my fill-in middle relief guy.
Yeah.
And so the other day, I was like, I hated it. But this is life. You're a baseball fan. You got your team. They're out there. Matsui's been good 90% of the season. The other day stunk. I mean, he gave up 4 runs in 1 inning. That's not what he wanted to do. I think Matsui's been pretty good. I feel pretty confident when he comes into the game most of the time. Guys, I don't know. Even the 27 Yankees, if there had been talk shows back then, I got to believe that Bob Musial went into a 2-week slump once in a while, and the Christopher Russo of 1927 would have screamed at him on the radio. But
we need to hold you more accountable.
Yeah, I don't know. Our team is, I think we got a solid shot to get where we want to go. I say this every year. I think as a fan, I don't think you have beyond the right to root for a competitive, compelling team that matters. Like the Rockies, I think those fans have that right, and they're not getting it in returun. Some of those other teams.
It doesn't seem like they care either.
Yeah, okay. But the Padres are giving you this, and this is the 7th year in a row, or 6th, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 6 years in a row that they've been.
You're asking me to do math?
I know. 6 years in a row now. This team's been legit and going into the second half with a shot. I think that's what we got. Now let's just see if we can go a little further, but I think they're giving you, more than you should be able to ask for. Let's go. Take a break. Good job.
Next hour, guys.
San Diego isn't just.
And we're kicking off, what is it, Scrape? Hour number 2?
Hour number 2.
Hour number 2 of like 10 today. Or it just seems
It's really
that way. We're here all day.
People must think that we are such complainers because all we did was move up.
4 hours.
Thrown us out of loop.
Throwing us completely off. And the show itself, I think, is 4.5 hours today.
Yes, it is.
My all-time record was a 5.
Really?
Yeah, I did a 5 one time on a Saturday afternoon, and I don't know why, but that was lengthy. 4.5 is lengthy. Tony's in Philadelphia. He's got to get ready for the game. Phillies and Padres. We'll go to the pregame show with Sam Levitt at 2:30 this afternoon. Want to thank Ben and
2:35.
I want to thank Ben and Woods and Paul especially for taking this week off, because had they not taken it off, then you and I would have gotten it off because there was no afternoon show.
You know where they are
the next couple of days. They're in Philadelphia.
Yeah, they're in Philly.
Yeah, so they're there.
Well,
why don't we call them and have them do a live report?
Because they're not working. They're on vacation.
Yeah.
I'm not going to bother people on vacation. If I don't bother you on vacation, I ain't bothering them on vacation.
You bother me all hours of all days.
Brandon has a very good comment
what
on
you
the
got,
chat
Brandon?
About the 5-hour thing. Scraby always does 5 during the off season. He's a fighter.
He's the man.
Thank you.
Scraby's the man.
Thank you.
There's, look, I bow in your presence. One sports story beyond baseball to pass along that probably will be of interest to some of the folks around here. The Pac-12 has officially announced Texas State as the league's 9th member. So there you go.
That's all you got?
What do you want me to? Would you like to hear a quote from the commissioner of the Pac-12? What do you think she said? Like if you didn't see
this is
the
a great
quote.
addition to the conference. We are going to grow with them.
There you go.
Is that what she said?
Pretty much.
We're going to have Mark Ziegler on at 11:40. I just confirmed with him.
He will check in. We'll check in with Mark on that. But yeah, no, I look, Texas State is in, and for those who want to, make sure you're up to date, they're the Bobcats. So here they come. They're
from San Marcos, Texas,
which is near Austin, but I don't know how near. So there you go. Wait a second.
What?
Is this true?
What?
Okay, this is crazy. If this is true,
What?
Athletic director at Texas State, name Don Coryell.
What?
Yeah. I'm reading the story and I'm trying to make sure. Athletic director Don Coryell echoed that sentiment, calling the opportunity a new era. Coryell said as the Pac-12.
It is.
Yeah, his name is Don Coryell.
That's crazy.
Okay, that's crazy right there.
I don't know that I've ever met another Don Coryell.
Could you imagine there being another Don Coryell? Doesn't seem like that would even be a possibility.
I would assume that his parents were big fans of Don Coryell.
We'll find out. Maybe Ziegler has a little insight into that.
Possibly.
Texas State joins the other schools. Like the Aztecs moved over. Utah State, Boise State, Fresno State, and Colorado State. They all went into the Pac-12. Texas State. I guess you have to have state at the end of your name to be in this conference. Oregon State and Washington State are already in it. And the other school is Gonzaga, which is great for basketball. They have no football team. No Division I, level football team.
Yeah.
I still would like to see the Pac-12 get another school or two. And I would also like to see the Pac-12, be waiting with open arms when Cal and Stanford finally wake up and get tired of flying to North Carolina every other week.
I'm happy for the Aztecs to possibly be in a position where they're going to be on a good side of things in a conference in a few years, but Texas
it's going to be a few years. Yeah, no, Texas State
does not excite me at all.
Doesn't ring the bell. No, it doesn't. But it's all part of the process. Got to trust the process.
I hate trusting the process.
Well, get with it, Joel Embiid. That's what we're up to here. Padres and Phillies tonight after a really disappointing one yesterday. I don't know how you can be more disappointed, than to leave 13 runners on and go 0 for 13 with runners in scoring position. That is a daily double that you do not want to hit.
No,
13 left on, 13-0 for with runners in scoring position. That's a bad hitting performance. You've got to have somebody move a runner up or, drive a run in somewhere. You got to find a way.
Can I remind people, though, that the Reds are not as bad as you would think that they are.
The Reds have as good a record
team.
as the Padres.
And their bullpen is pretty good.
All right, the Reds are fine.
I get a lot of people be like, how could you lose to the Reds? Like, you can't think about it that way.
Well, you can if you want, but you're not really thinking about it accurately. The Reds are one of the 6 teams that are very much in the hunt for a wild card. There are 6 teams. They're separated by 3.5 games. And the Reds are one of them. The Padres are one of them. These teams are all right there. The Giants are one of them. I mean, it's going to just be, everybody making a run at it. And, we'll see if the Padres can get there. This team, I said it in the first hour, I'll say it a little more pointedly this time. This team, as it's currently, this club right now, I don't think it's making the playoffs. This one. Right. But the thing is, it's almost a silly thing to say because I don't think this team is going to be the team for much longer. Either they're going to lose 10 in a row before the All-Star break and go in a different direction, or they're going to keep, meandering along here till AJ gets them some help. And Michael King and or Yu Darvish come back. And hopefully starting today, Matt Waldron contributes.
Yeah.
This team needs a bunch of stuff right now. Team as it is now, and with Fernando hitting like this, they're especially not dangerous at the moment. Fernando's got to get going. A 50-game stretch hitting 203, he's too good.
And we thought he turned the corner too.
I mean, it's Fernando. I mean, again, as I told Tony, I'll give you a 15, 20 game, slump up and down. That's baseball. But 50 games, that's way too long. Fernando's got to start rolling.
He does. I mean, there's no other way around it.
And I keep waiting. And I'm like, every time he comes up with a couple of guys on, I'm like, okay, this is the one. You got to stick one against the fence. Hasn't happened.
I think. So, what do you think about Manny in the 2 spot? I know we talked.
I don't care.
I don't think I don't think he's set up best in the 2 spot because he hasn't been hitting in the 2 spot.
I don't care. I really don't care, and I think it's just completely overblown. It's fun to talk about. It's something we notice every time they change the lineup. Those 4 guys, no matter what order you put them in, have all got to do. Yeah, I don't even want to hold Manny responsible for that because they wouldn't be where they are without him. Arise has got to hit into the 300s instead of 280. Jackson Merrill's got to get back to where he was, and Fernando really needs to get rolling. And if those things don't happen, not even the return of Michael King and Yu Darvish is going to save them, and AJ Preller's not going to be able to add enough to this team to save them either. AJ Preller might be able to add something to it. In fact, I'm sure he'll try, and he will.
Yeah.
And I think Michael King will be back, hopefully sooner, but probably later. Darvish, I think, is coming in. Waldron starting tonight. But none of it's going to matter if those 4 guys at the top don't start doing what they're supposed to do. That's the heart of your team.
I think Matty Nux is going to bring...
Matty Nux.
Yes, Matty. And we haven't been able to say that all year, but Matty Nux is going to bring
you just got to hope when he lets that thing go tonight, it's dancing.
You just don't know. Everywhere.
You don't know.
I was reading a lot that he's been working on secondary pitches since last year.
But I think the thing that made him what he was the knuckleball.
Totally.
Because nobody has it anymore.
No, they're going to have him throw the knuckleball, but when his knuckleball isn't working, he's been working on his pitches to get out of it.
I get it, but he's going to need the knuckleball against this team.
Absolutely.
Philadelphia's, too good.
And I think Bryce Harper might be coming back from the IL today.
Hadn't heard that. I know he's
read
trying
yesterday,
to get back, but I don't know.
I'm going to confirm right here.
Padres luck, he probably will be in there, but I haven't seen that come up.
Manager said yesterday it could come as early as today.
Okay. Bryce Harper. He's tortured us over the years.
I don't even want to talk about it. Manny batting second this year, 4 games, Chris. I know you don't care.
I don't.
125 batting average.
What, 2 for 16 in 4 games? You're ready to
2 for 16.
Yeah, you're ready to call that the
One-
final analysis? I mean, come on.
One thing that he hasn't done in the 2 spot in the 16 at bats is strike out a bunch. He's only struck out once. So it doesn't mean it's an empty out.
Way too soon to be making a determination on that. Number one. Number two, I don't care. I don't care where they bat. Just when it's your turn, do something. Do some damage.
Yeah.
That's what this team needs. Damage.
We know this team does, and I believe we're going to do Daily Gambit in the next segment. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. This team, like, it's so frustrating because they play all these 1-run games and they win and they get us used to them winning 1-run games, and it's just not sustainable to win that many 1-run games.
No,
and so
isn't.
Yesterday, I don't want to say I put the feeling out there. I just had this weird feeling about yesterday.
We all had the weird feeling because they blew so many chances to blow the game open. If you're watching a football game and your team drives down to the 1-yard line and fumbles 5 times, you just know at the end it's going to cost them. The other team's going to come down and win the game because you should have put it away, but you didn't. That's what happened yesterday.
Yeah,
simple as
true.
that.
That's
Loss is on the offense. 0 for 13. You don't deserve to
Would
win
you
that one.
agree with this? Because I said on the Scraby show last week, and then we'll go to break. Maybe you can answer on the other side.
Okay.
Dylan Cease has it before his last start, 3 earned runs or less, like 14 out of his 16 starts. Do you believe that 3 earned runs from a starter is giving you enough for your team to have a chance to win?
What do you think? 3 or less?
This team? It's not working for this team. But
so what do you think? You need 2 or less?
I think 3 or less is fair.
Okay. So you just answered it.
But they're not, they're not taking advantage of these things.
They need help. They need something. They need more. This team isn't going to make the playoffs. I'm telling you right now, this one.
Currently constructed.
Correct. All right, we'll do some Daily Gambit winners and losers over the weekend. And we got a marquee matchup pitching-wise in Major League Baseball tonight that you may want to check out. We'll touch on that as well.
Gwynn and Chris, please, everybody, gamble responsibly.
That's
Please.
right.
Please do gamble responsibly.
And the best way to gamble responsibly is probably
not bet.
just like have fun like we do and pick the games.
But that doesn't give me money, Chris.
And it also doesn't take money.
That is true. So last Thursday, we did some bets, and we'll review them now. Braves were -1.5 on the run line at the Mets. If you want to complain about a team not playing well, imagine being a Mets fan right now. It's free fall for the Mets at the moment. They've lost 7 of their last 10, so at least
That's
the Padres
all?
haven't done that.
7 out of 10 is not a big deal.
No, but it's been more than that. That's just the number I saw this morning when I
They've
heard.
lost 3-6, 3-9. Looks like 13 out of 16, actually.
Well,
So that's not good.
that's way worse. That's way worse than 7 out of 10.
Yeah, 13 out of 16 for the Metropolitans.
Well, the Mets won on Thursday 4-0. You were the only one who picked the Mets, Chris, so
In
you
that
won
game.
that one.
Yeah, their manager got booted a couple times this weekend. He's starting to feel the effects.
Carlos Mendoza?
Yeah.
Over under.
And Juan Soto doesn't care because he's been hitting well lately. He's got 20 homers now, Soto.
It is amazing how the best player some people think could end up being the best player of all time still can't help his team win. You know what I'm saying?
Because he doesn't care if they win. He cares with, what he does.
All right, over under in that
Don't get me
game.
started on Soto.
8.5 total runs. Chris and Tony went under. I went over. You guys were right. It was only 4. More total bases, Acuna or Soto on Thursday. Chris and I went Acuna. Tony went Soto. Acuna had 0. Soto had 1 total base.
Soto has 68 walks this year, which is like 40 more than anyone on his team.
Either he has a really great eye or he looks for the walk.
On we go.
Okay. Fever Thursday, -5.5 against the Sparks. Chris and Tony chose the Sparks. I chose the Fever. Sparks won 85-75. Then the Aces were playing the Mystics. The Aces were 7-point favorites. You guys chose the Aces. I chose Mystics. Mystics won 94-83. And then who had more points in the game? Asia Wilson or Kelsey Plum in the Fever Sparks
In their
game?
respective games.
In their respective games, yeah.
Yeah.
Asia Wilson was -2 on the spread. So Chris went Kelsey Plum. Tony and I went Asia Wilson. Asia Wilson had 22. But -2 was 20. Kelsey Plum, 21. So she wins the bet there.
Kelsey Plum also wins the heart of LA Sparks fans. They were playing, I guess, Chicago the other day.
The Sky.
Yeah. And Kelsey Plum saw a fan courtside wearing a Caitlin Clark shirt.
Okay.
Kelsey Plum ran over to the fan during the game and said, quote, "You can't be wearing that in the gym. Do better."
What? Why?
And then handed the fan a Sparks t-shirt and took a photo with that fan. The fan it was pregame warm-ups. The fan's wearing a Caitlin Clark shirt. Kelsey Plum's like, "No, you can't be rooting for Caitlin Clark. This is our..." So Kelsey Plum went over the Sparks shirt,
I get it.
said, "Wear a Sparks shirt," and then took a photo. Well,
I'm
that's a
fine
nice
with all
move.
that.
You don't like Kelsey Plum.
No, that's not true.
all.
I'm fine with all that. It's just weird to feel like you can't wear that shirt.
Well, she was saying it in jest.
See, I need to see the video of it.
Yeah, she was saying it in jest.
I
But
get.
she also
Yeah,
said, "I'm going to try to turn you into a Sparks fan. I'm going to give you a shirt."
that's totally cool. In
That
my
was
opinion.
nice.
That's totally cool. All right, what we got, Chris?
We got Phillies -1.5 over the Padres tonight. I really want to go with the Padres. I do. They need this game, but Zach Wheeler's pitching. Dan Wheeler was a guy who pitched for the Padres way back when. I'll take the Phillies here. I'm sorry. I mean, Wheeler's too good. Waldron's a big question. Padres are not beating good teams. I think the bet here is the Phillies. Hate to do it, but there you go.
Dan Wheeler's brother, Zach Wheeler,
Yeah, they're not brothers.
7-3 on the season, 2.45 ERA, 126 Ks and 99 innings. He enters today with the second lowest ERA in the National League and ranks second in strikeouts.
Does that mean you're taking the Padres? What are you doing? I think every now and again you have
Phillies.
to do what you do. Yeah, Phillies are the bet. I hope we're wrong. 9 runs over under tonight. Phillies, Padres, 9.
Under.
Seems like an under with Wheeler pitching. And I also think that Waldron will show well. Wheeler minus 3 strikeouts or Waldron. That sounds like a Wheeler. If for no other reason, the Waldron is not going to be entrusted to go more than 5 innings here, is he? In his first start of the year?
Well, if that knuckleball's dancing.
Yeah, let's see. I'll take Wheeler here.
I'm going to take Waldron because of the
-3.
-3.
You got it. All right, here's the big pitching matchup in baseball tonight. It happens in a Red Sox-Reds game. Crochet for the Red Sox and the new 100-mile-per-hour flamethrower Chase Burns for the Reds tonight. Crochet, 2 strikeouts favored. So you got to take Crochet -2, or are you taking the kid, Burns?
The kid.
You're going with the kid.
No, I was just saying the kid.
He struck out his first 5 batters last week.
did.
First player to do that in like 60 years in your very first game.
Yeah, I feel like it's not going to go as well in the second game. I'm going to go Crochet.
I am too. I agree with you. Crochet is a given for 8 or 9 strikeouts.
He is. He's a strikeout machine.
Back to the Padre game real quick. Trey Turner, 2.5 total. Runs plus hits plus RBIs. I'm going to say under. Trey Turner, as he's also on my fantasy team. He had a 2-home run game the other night, but beyond that, he's been going like 0 for 4 regularly lately. So I say he stays cold.
I'm going to say the same.
Okay. Wow. All right.
He doesn't strike fear into me as a fan as like he used to.
He should. I mean, his numbers are still pretty good. He's having like a 10 plus 20 steal type thing, but yeah, he's not. Anyway, Taylor Fritz starts his Wimbledon run tonight.
Oh, he's hitting 296.
Yeah, no, Turner's having a pretty good year. Taylor Fritz, the San Diegan who won't come on our show. He actually probably's never been asked directly.
Oh, I was going to say.
We've asked people around him to get him on the show, but he probably has never been asked. Taylor Fritz -3.5 in his opening round match against Giovanni Mepecci Pericard.
Oh, I love him.
I don't know anything about him. Fritz -3.5 here. Fritz did not play well at Wimbledon last year. I don't know if grass is his best surface. I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know.
I am going to go with Fritz.
Me too. 3.5 is not very many games. Yannick Sinners -9.5, which is a lot in his first match against Luca Nardi. Certainly not taking Luca Nardi. I'll take Sinner. Want Luca?
Yeah, I'll take Luca.
You're going to go Luca?
9.5 is a lot.
9.5 is a lot. I mean, Sinner's got to win like 6-1, 6-1, 6-1.
I mean, Luca's got a better name than Giovanni Mepecci Pericard.
I agree with that. One more. Coco Gauff starts her Wimbledon run -5.5 over Dana Yastremska. It's not Yastremski. Yastremska. You're up. Gauff. Gauff won, just won the French Open.
Yeah, I'm going to go Gauff.
Yastremska's not a bad player. I say she wins a few games. I've heard of her. Take Yastremska. All right, there we go. See how that. Did you even know Wimbledon was underway? Did you? You, the tennis fan that you are?
I did not.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah. No, they just started like a few hours ago. First day one of Wimbledon.
I mean, I should probably know that, but
you kind of ease into that. It's a 2-week event.
Seems like it's a 2-month
Mark Ziegler on Texas State's entrance into the Pac-12 and some other items, including one that I found very interesting surrounding former Aztec basketball player Nathan Mensah. Explain all of that when Gwynn and Chris returns. version of the Gwynn and Chris show. That's what they call movies that last like 4.5 hours, don't they? Epics.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they do. So this is an epic. We still got, Scrape, we've been here for a while. We still got 3 hours to roll, babe.
Babe.
You may want to come up with a couple of items.
Oh, I have a couple of items.
Oh, good.
Yes, I do.
All right.
We still, people are clamoring
What?
for your thoughts
Oh.
on the Jalen Ramsey trade to the Steelers, which basically
Jalen Ramsey's gone. And
Minka Fitzpatrick is back, even though he hated the Dolphins when he left the first time.
He hated the Dolphins because, for whatever reason, Brian Flores did not like him. Everyone else liked him, but Brian Flores didn't want him.
So now he wants him back?
Well, Brian Flores is no longer with the Dolphins.
Oh, Brian Flores. I'm
yeah.
Sorry. Never mind.
So, well, okay. People want to know. Here it is. First of all, the Dolphins are idiots for ever signing an extension for Jalen Ramsey in the first place. Just shows how short-sighted they are and how much in love they are with shiny objects. We've talked about this before with the Dolphins. Jalen Ramsey is a shiny object. And so they paid stupidly to re-sign him and, extend his contract. But on this one, I think they've saved the day a little bit. They got rid of Jalen Ramsey. They got rid of the contract. They got rid of all that money that they couldn't afford. I think they got a decent player back, although Minka Fitzpatrick may not be what he was 5 years ago.
He's good. Yeah.
He's still good. So I
Jonnu
think the Dolphins
Smith,
did
I believe,
okay here.
Is going to the Steelers as well.
Fitzpatrick's only 28 years old. So, yeah, I think it's a pretty good pickup. And it's whatever, addition by subtraction.
And it's a good
so
cap move for the Dolphins.
Cap move, right. It saves them a bunch of money. So I'm actually, for the first time in a while, I'm like okay with a Dolphins move.
I'm surprised by this.
Yeah, I'm not usually okay with any of their moves.
You remember when
I'm okay with
Jalen Ramsey said that Josh Allen was a trash quarterback? How did that work out for him?
Well, it would have worked out better if, he actually would have done something to stop Josh Allen from beating them every time.
Yeah.
But he never did.
Because he's a trash quarterback, Chris.
Yeah, Jonnu Smith goes to the Steelers as well. Is that part of the same trade, or is that a different move?
I think they did some I think they did some contract extension along with it.
It is part of the trade.
Okay.
Dolphins, by the way, now the Jonnu Smith trade is just stupidity. That part.
He was pretty good last year.
Their only Pro Bowl player.
It's because he makes $12 million, huh?
Yeah, they don't want to pay a good player. They probably got to, save it up more for Tarik Hill or something dumb like that.
Do you see Tarik Hill is still trying to do this 100-meter thing?
I thought that was off.
No, he raced Noah Lyles' little brother and beat Noah Lyles' little brother over the weekend. But what is he doing? Just give it up. I don't understand Tarik Hill.
I only like one thing about Tarik Hill, and it's when he's holding the ball in the end zone at the end of a play.
Yes.
Other than that, I can't stand Tarik Hill in every other way.
He does.
I just don't like this guy.
He does some weird stuff.
Yeah.
I have to
What's
say.
to like about Tyreek Hill?
I don't know.
All right.
So
yeah, Steelers get Ramsey. He's 30. Jalen Ramsey.
That's
getting
ancient.
A raise up to $26 million. That's a lot. But I'm usually a fan of what the Steelers organization does. But as you know, I think the Aaron Rodgers thing is going to not work.
I agree.
We'll see where that goes in Pittsburgh. I hope that appeases everybody out there who had to hear my thoughts on the big NFL move of the day. All right, Mark Ziegler is going to join us here in a second. The big college football story of the day, Texas State, is officially now part of the Pac-12. And Mr. Mark Ziegler joins us here from the San Diego Union-Tribune. Thanks for popping on here, Mark, and chatting with us. It's always good to catch up with you. All right, so what's your take, Texas State? I got to tell you, it doesn't move the needle for me, but I'm happy that they finally got another team because they needed to do this.
Yeah, this is more about necessity and desperation, I think. And it was about, look, in a perfect world, they would be adding, Stanford or Cal or SMU or, a school like that. That's just not reality. And they had to get into the team. And I think, there's not a lot, there's kind of slim pickings of what's out there and available. Once the AAC schools like Memphis and Tulane said no, they really didn't have very many options. This is the best option. I mean, I think Texas State, another 5 or 10 years, will be a pretty good sort of mid-major athletic department. They have a president who really is aligned with athletics, wants to spend on athletics. They have decent facilities. They're in a booming area. I mean, that corridor between Austin and San Antonio used to just be sort of rolling hill country, and there's a lot of people who live there now. There was talk of putting an NFL team in that area. So there's a lot of potential there. It's not there right now, and it's going to take a few years. But for what it was, it's a pretty good move. It's just weird to me that this is a conference, the Pacific. It was the Pac-8 and the Pac-10 and the Pac-12, but the word Pacific is in the title. And you're 1,000 miles away from the Pacific Ocean with this. So that's the weirdest part to me.
Well, they're closer than Stanford or Cal are to the Atlantic, as they're in the ACC. Mark, okay, you hit on the word there that I think is on my mind, and that is potential, the growth, Pac-12. Like, to me right now, if you ask me honestly, I don't think the Pac-12 is a whole lot better than the Mountain West where they were. But am I correct in assuming that because of the Pac-12 name, they may be able to turn this into something, the Pac-12 that is, turn it into something that the Mountain West could never be? Or is that wishful thinking on my part?
I mean, it's going to be a little bit better. The basketball conference is going to be a lot better. I mean, Texas State isn't a good addition for basketball, and actually will pull it down a little bit, but unless it gets considerably better. I mean, it's close to a 200 Ken Palm basketball program, but it's going to be a little bit better. You're not going to sort of have the quote unquote bottom feeders of the Mountain West dragging it down, and it's a smaller than the Mountain West. So I think all in all, it's a slight upgrade. But the thing for me, and like I said, Texas State in 5 or 10 years could be a pretty good addition. But the thing to me is, like, I don't think any of this is going to matter in 5 years, because I think the whole thing is going to blow up in 5 years. That's when the media rights deals for the power conferences are going to start coming due. And I think you'll start, if you're ever going to see a super conference, that's when it's going to happen. All the stuff going on with the House settlement and all the lawsuits that are going to be, around that, collective bargaining, maybe, football and basketball programs breaking away from universities and becoming for-profit enterprises that don't have to answer to Title IX. I think all that could happen 5 years from now. So, this conference might not matter. I mean, I think all these schools in the Mountain West and now in the Pac-12 may end up being in the exact same place, in 5 years they would have been had they stuck together. So I think you have to kind of keep an eye on that and not look at this as being like a 30-year conference. I think it's going to be a very brief conference, and it'll probably get blown up again in 5 years.
Talking to Mark Ziegler here, San Diego Union Tribune on 97.3 The Fan, Gwynn and Chris. And Mark, like, has all of this conference stuff ruined college sports for you a little bit? Because for me, like, I can't stand it. I don't really understand most of it. It just seems like everything has just become so complicated that they've taken away from the actual product, which is the sport.
Yeah, I think every year you sort of chip away at that. And that's the thing that I don't think the powers that be in college athletics are really looking at. I mean, they look at them, at TV ratings, from last week or last year and think, okay, we're still doing okay. But I think that the rot in the industry is sort of like termites in your house. You can't really see them, but it's there. And I really think that it's happening. I mean, the reason people root for college athletics is because it's an identity. It's the name on the front of the jersey. It's not the name on the back of the jersey. I know the athletes don't like to hear that, but you could put out, 12 frat guys on a basketball team against 12 frat guys from another school, And as long as it was our school against your school,
Yeah.
there'd be something there. And that's getting lost. And when you have new rosters every year, guys are getting paid. They're not really students anymore. They're professional. The rivalries are gone. I just think that chips away. You know, one of the things that I was talking with our sports editor, Ryan Finley, about last night about this new conference. This is a conference without rivalries. I mean, you know, college sports are built on rivalries. San Diego State's never really had a true rivalry. So in that sense, it's a perfect fit for this conference. But,
Yeah.
you know, Washington State's in it. They lost their rival Washington. Oregon State's in it. They're no longer with their rival Oregon. You go down the list of who's really Fresno State's rival. They try to make it San Diego State's not really. Who's Boise State's rival? Who's Utah State's rival? Who's, Colorado State had a real rivalry with Wyoming. They're no longer in the same conference. And I think all that just starts to add up, to answer your question. And eventually it's going to hit critical mass. It's not there yet, but I just think every year that we go with, turning over an entire roster, changing conference affiliations, I think all that just sort of chips away at fan loyalty. And pretty soon it becomes the G League. And we all know nobody watches the G League, even though that's the second best, basketball league in the country.
Pretty well said, Mark.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, because I think everything you just said is what we're thinking.
Yeah.
Even when we tune in on Saturday, it's not quite the same. I mean, Ohio State, Michigan, maybe that's holding up, because they were always professional type players playing each other.
Alabama, Auburn.
But a lot of these rivalries and just games just are not the same. There's not the same feel. Mark Ziegler's with us from the Union Tribune. You've written several articles, Mark, about our soccer, the SDFC. And I mean, now they're in first place, and this is incredible. And I think people are going to start, really getting a little more excited as we get closer down the stretch. There's still a long way to go in the season. I want to ask you because you're always good at kind of judging this stuff from the MLS perspective, is what San Diego FC is doing in its first season. Is the league really excited by this? Do they feel this is a good thing for the MLS?
Well, yes and no. That's a really good question, because yes, in the sense that, it's a good market. It's a market they've wanted to be in since really the inception of the league 30 years ago. They've always tried, and one thing, for one reason or another, they weren't able to pull it off. And now they pulled it off. They've had good crowds. They have a good stadium to play in, and they have a good team. So from that standpoint, I think the league is really excited that, that San Diego is a major player. On the other hand, I don't know what it says about your league when a new team can step in and be in first place. I mean,
yeah,
it happened a couple of years ago with St. Louis. They won their division.
right.
LAFC finished third in their division. And it kind of speaks to the level of MLS. I don't want to bash on MLS's level too much. I mean, people should know. I don't think they really do, but should know that it's not a top league in the world. We just saw that in the World FIFA Club World Cup. Those teams just got smashed.
Yeah.
As yesterday 4-0 at halftime with, Messi against PSG that really wasn't even trying. But it allows teams to get good quickly, because if you're in the NBA and your expansion team, the best players are already in your league. So now you've got to go to get good. You've got to go try to get players off those other teams, other
Right.
29 teams in your league. In MLS, you don't have to go get other MLS players. There's plenty of good players around the world on other teams that you can go get. It's a much bigger market, and a market for players, good players. It's much easier to get really good players and be competitive right away. You have a guy, Milan Olowski, who scored 9 goals, in the space of, under 300 minutes for the club, and 4 in one game. And it's incredible. But, he was just in Denmark, in the Danish league, and couldn't get on the field. And it speaks a little bit to his development as a player, but also speaks to the quality of the Danish league. It's pretty good. And so, that's the kind of thing where I think some people look around the league going, wait a minute, how can this brand new team be this good? Yeah, the GM's done an incredible job. The coach has done an incredible job. The fans have done a great job motivating them. But at a certain level, I think the league's kind of like, it happens like this all the time. It's a very, very volatile league in terms of performances because of the salary cap. And that's just kind of the best part about the league, but also the worst part about the league, that the team can last year's champion, the LA Galaxy, is the worst team in the league this year, has the worst record, and just recently won their first game. And so that happens a lot in this league. And I think that's one of the weird things about MLS.
Yeah, because I remember when we beat the Galaxy, I thought, man, this is incredible. We just knocked off the defending champs. Come to find out the Galaxy can't win a game. So it's weird. Mark Ziegler's with us. I want to call everybody's attention to your article last week about Nathan Mensah. And we only have a few minutes, and you don't need to tell the whole story. But it was gripping to me, Mark. I read the entire thing before I even, got up from the table at breakfast. And just touch on it so people know about it. Here's a former Aztec player who's sitting in his condo in Tel Aviv where he's playing basketball, and now bombs are falling out of the sky, which is not something he was, used to, and not many of us out here in this country are used to. An amazing story. I want people to read it. How did you come across all that? It was great.
So I was just doing some stuff from the Swish League, and the guy who runs the Swish League also happens to be Nathan's guardian, the guy who brought him over here from Ghana.
Okay.
And he said, yeah, Nathan's going to play. I go, oh, he's back. And he goes, oh, my gosh, you wouldn't believe. And started telling me some of the stories. So I went out there and talked to Nathan, and he was great as usual. I mean, he's one of my favorite players, just really respectful. But, I mean, you have to put yourself in his shoes. I mean, this is a guy who, was is pretty innocent for a 27-year-old guy. He came from Ghana, came to the States without his family, played college basketball at San Diego State, got to a national championship game, and now he's trying to figure out his way through the pro world. And he went to Israel, and he was really excited at first because he's a devout Christian, and he wanted to see the roots of Christianity, which is all right there in Jerusalem. And so he really took full advantage of that, went on lots of tours and saw the historic sites, but he's just sitting in his like you said, in his apartment on the 21st floor playing the video game with the shades drawn, and notices some flashes of light outside and pulls the shades up and sees a full-blown war outside. And he gave me the video, which I put in the embedded in the online story. For those people who read it in the paper, they should go look at that video. It is harrowing, and you see bombs being exploded in the air from the Iron Dome, but you also see a couple getting through and landing and blowing stuff up. And and you put yourself in, this is a guy on the other side of the world from his support group, not knowing what to do. I mean, who knows what to do in that situation? And then running down 21 flights of stairs to the bomb shelter, and then not being able to get out because the airport's closed. Quite an adventure. And I'm glad he got back safely. And, what tells you, how it changes your perspective is this is a 6'10" guy who took a 12.5-hour flight, jammed into an economy seat, and said, yeah, it was painful. But at that point, I didn't care. Yeah. I just wanted to get out. And it changes your perspective on a lot of things, and material goods, a lot of the stuff he left behind. But it's a happy ending because he got home safe with a new perspective on life too.
That's a great story, and I'm looking at the video right now. So, if you're you're probably not like me out there who read it in the actual newspaper. So when you read it online, you do get to see the video along with it, and it's pretty crazy because this is not something any of us are used to. Does Lamont Butler have a chance to make it with the Hawks? I mean, the kid's defied the odds the whole way, Mark. I mean, is this, does he have a shot here?
100% he has a shot because, I mean, who thought Keyshawn Johnson would have a shot? I mean, that guy, same exact trajectory. He played his 4 years at San Diego State. He played his fifth COVID year for money, basically at a big, blue blood program in Kentucky. Keyshawn went to Arizona. Don't get drafted, sign a 2-way contract, prove yourself, work hard, play defense. Get it converted to a full NBA contract, what happened with Keyshawn, and then they just picked up his option for this season. He's going to make $2 million, and he's on the full Miami Heat roster.
Wow,
I think
good.
Lamont Butler could do the same thing. I mean, not the same body type certainly, but it's kind of the same mentality. Not a great shooter, but improving shooter, and a great defender and a winner. I mean, Lamont Butler is a winner.
Winner,
just look at, he's been to, the last 3 years, he went to Sweet 16, championship game, Sweet 16. I mean, Sweet 16, Sweet 16. So, the guy wins. And I think those kind of guys tend to make it. So I think he has a shot, but It's, the NBA is a really hard league. And I go back to the G League. I went up and watched G League a couple of times at Front Wave Arena in Oceanside and saw the San Diego Clippers, the LA
Right.
Clippers G League affiliate. And I could not believe how good those players are. I mean, I watch college basketball all the time, and those are really good players. It's just a whole nother level.
Yeah, they're
And
so good.
that's the G League.
I
And
know.
then there's a whole nother level back to the NBA. So
Yeah.
it's not easy, but I think if anyone's got a shot at Lamont, the type of guy that can do it.
Somebody tell the Hawks coach, when Lamont makes the team, that at the tie score at the end of the game, you use Trae Young as a decoy. You let Lamont
Yeah, there
Butler
you go.
take the last shot. He never misses the last shot, Mark. We know that. So,
100%.
hey, thanks for your time as always, and appreciate it. We'll catch up to you. See you soon, sir.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you on the golf course this week. I heard a rumor you might be out there.
I might. Well, we'll see.
Wow.
Yeah, Ziegler breaking stories out here.
Nice job, Mark.
Thanks,
Thank
Mark.
you.
Appreciate it. Everybody catch his story in the UT about Mensah. It's really quite something. And you got the video to go along with it. More Gwynn and Chris on the way.
Padres Phillies today.
Go, hey, high noon. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. What are we doing here, Scrape? We're filling in.
Not sure.
Yeah, yeah, right. If you listen to the show, yeah, we're not sure what we're doing. We're in for Braden and for Frank, and they're in for the morning show, and this will be the way it goes for the next couple of days. So, change your day around and hang with us in the middays tomorrow as well. Gwynn and Chris on 97.3 The Fan. Tony is in Philadelphia. He's got the TV call today.
Yes.
He and Don Orsillo working together. And then we have the radio call on this station.
That's how it works.
That's how that works. We're going to play a little. Now, see, Chris versus the Fans is going to be interesting to try to play it right now.
Well, this is usually
because people are not used to playing at noon.
No, but I think Braden has a game around now. Or it's in this hour. So.
All right. Well, we have our Chris versus the Fans game. If you've never played it before, suffice to say you can win a really cool prize if you're successful. It's a trivia game, but it's a trivia game with a twist. Because you out there, you don't have to know the answer to the questions. You can still advance and get the question wrong and still advance in the game.
Yeah, you could get all three questions wrong.
You could conceivably get all three questions wrong and still win the game. So, it's something made for a lot of new people, perhaps. Yes. So call in 833-288-0973. Scrappy, tell them what they can win so you can get them, a little more fired up to call in.
You will be qualified if you win for a chance at the grand prize. A 2-night stay at Park MGM Las Vegas, 2 tickets to Motley Crue on September 19th, and a $100 gas card.
Get out of here.
Catch Motley Crue's Las Vegas residency at Dolby Live at Park MGM September 12th through
Motley
October 3rd.
Crue?
Tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
Tommy
Also,
Lee?
real quick.
My man, Tommy Lee?
This noon lunch hour is brought to you by the Craft Taco. Bold flavors at 2 locations, Sereno Valley and inside Balboa Park's Natural History Museum. Did you ever watch that Tommy Lee show that was on like NBC for one season where he went to Nebraska?
No. I watched one where he was trying to help pick a new band.
Was that part of it?
I don't know. But Tommy Lee's, I told you that I ran into him on the street in Boston one time, and my wife made me go over and ask if he would do a photo.
That is insane.
Yeah.
Why Lori wanted a photo with Tommy Lee is beyond me.
I don't know. She didn't get one because he was nice, but he said, nah, if I do it there, then I'm kind of,
he's right though.
Oh, he's absolutely right. I didn't push it.
All right. If you're a celebrity, because people are going to hate that. We've talked about this recently with Kelsey Plum. If you're at a restaurant or if you're out with your family, if you're doing something out of the spotlight.
Yeah, he was out on the, it looked like he was helping his buddy, move a couple things into a truck. It didn't look anything.
Tommy Lee was helping someone move?
I don't know. Not move, but they were just outside and, there was nothing really.
He was just being a guy.
He was just hanging around with his buddy out there. So I did not want to do this.
I'm crawling out of my skin thinking about it.
Lori's like, hey, maybe he'll do a picture with me. And I'm like, well, go ask him. She's like, I'm not going to ask him. You ask him. And I'm like,
Oh, a woman asking is definitely better than a man asking.
He probably would have done it if she asked.
Yeah, that's true.
But
you walk up,
ask,
excuse me, Mr. Lee.
I know. It was a bad moment for me.
Okay.
But anyway, you get to see Tommy Lee and you can tell him the story. Maybe he'll remember it. You'll get to go. Yeah, I doubt it too. Las Vegas trip. Chris versus the Fans. Scraby, let's play. We have to have an open here to make it official.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the Fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, I've already told the prize. Here are the rules. You have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. If Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time player, let us know before you get into it. You'll get the first question for free today.
All right.
And
new round.
There we go. Here we go.
Let's go.
Here we go. Let's go to... Let's start with, I got to get someone new. Rob in El Cajon. Hello, Rob.
Hello.
Hey, Rob.
You ready to play?
First-time player.
First-time player.
First-time player.
You ready to play, sir?
All right, Rob's ready. He's 2 questions away from the title.
All right, question
Good
number 2.
Good luck.
What SDFC player scored 4 goals in a game last week, and I need their first and last name?
Boy. Ziegler just mentioned him in the interview.
Randomly, yes.
I heard y'all talking about it the other day, but I don't remember who it is.
Doesn't
Okay.
know.
All right. Stay there, though, because Chris needs both first and last names.
I referred to him as Olosky all last week because I didn't know his first name, but I think it's Milan Olosky.
I'm
Sorry, Rob. I got it.
That's unfortunate.
By the way, for those new to the game, that's how you can advance, though. For the people who've never played this before, Rob didn't get it right, but if I had missed it, then he would have moved on to the next round anyway.
Yes,
just
correct.
for people that don't, are new to the game.
Yes, originally the story of this game is that we played a game called Gwynn versus Chris, and Tony lost every time in
So
trivia.
we stopped playing that.
So we stopped playing it, and then we did Chris versus the fans. And outside of the Big Five, this has been the longest
It's been
running,
a big deal.
the longest running game.
People seem to like
station.
it, and people claim that they've beaten me dozens of times.
Yes,
which I always call into question, but
it's like everybody says they were there for Tony Gwynn's 30,000th hit, even though it was in Montreal, and they also have beat Chris 5 times.
Yes, both things can be true.
All right, let's go to our next contestant. Let's go to Ryan. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Ryan.
Are you ready to play, Ryan?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. Question number 1. What former Padre pitcher almost no-hit the Padres on Friday night?
Friday night. No-hitter. Into the 9th inning.
Nick Martinez.
There you go.
Nicky
Very
tight
good,
pants.
Ryan.
We didn't talk about it, but
we haven't talked about it because Steers, hit a 3-home run game. Were you excited when Elias Diaz got the double, or because
yes,
it's 8? You were?
No, you don't want. Yes. You do not want to get no hit.
It was 8-0. It wasn't going to affect the score of the game.
I don't care.
Just let the guy get the no hitter.
Remember maybe 4 years ago, you came in here and I was running the board for a Padres game, and they got no hit by like a rookie.
Oh, I do remember that.
I don't remember the rookie's name.
Left-hander. Yeah, I remember him.
He got no hit by a rookie, and it was a terrible feeling.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? You're right. You don't want your team to get no hit. Fair enough.
Nicky tight pants.
All
right. Here we go, Ryan. Question number 2. What stadium hosted the Tuck Rule game in January of 2002?
What stadium?
Yes.
Oh, you're going crazy on me here.
Gillette.
Correct.
What did he say?
Gillette.
I would have got it wrong.
Why? What would you?
I would have said Foxborough Stadium, so I didn't know.
Oh, if you would have said Foxborough Stadium, I probably wouldn't have.
No, it doesn't matter. Ryan got it right, so we move on to the final question. Good job, Ryan.
You ever been to Gillette?
I've heard it's absolute nightmare because there's only one lane that goes in there.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I've not been
I went to visit it one day, and it just so happened to coincide with John Bon Jovi being there, and it was one of the worst things I've ever done. It took us 3 hours to get out of that place.
I heard it gets 3 hours in, 3 hours out.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Build
it's a
another
long day
lane,
for the
okay?
New England fans.
All right, here we go. Final question for Ryan. He gets this right, Chris gets it wrong, and he is qualified for Las Vegas.
Good for you, Ryan. Let's see what happens.
Let's do this one. Ooh. In 2022, Manny Machado led the Padres in RBIs. Which current member of the team came in second?
What is this now?
2022.
Who had the second?
Yeah.
Was that the year we went to the playoff and
Yes.
went to the? Okay,
correct.
So it was the year we went to the championship series.
The NLCS.
Manny
yes.
was first in RBIs that
Who
year.
was
Who was second on the team? Boy, that's a tricky one.
Ooh. Okay.
Tricky.
Tricky.
I say. I'm trying to remember the ball club. We had a lot of good players, of course. 2022.
Gonna need an answer, Ryan.
Well, give him a moment. It's a tough one.
Oh.
As long as he doesn't look
I'm
it
gonna
up,
do Jake
which I don't think he
Cronenworth.
would do. He's going with Jake. He got it.
Wow.
All right, Ryan. Nice Nice job.
Nice job, Ryan.
It wasn't Juan Soto?
It was not one. Well,
Really?
he only played like he got
yeah,
traded
right.
there.
Yeah, okay.
I thought the same thing. I was like, immediately, got to be Juan Soto. And then I
Yeah.
looked and it was Jake Cronenworth.
Jake was the RBI second guy that year.
Yes.
I could use another season like that, Jake. The second half, let's go.
Yes. Wait, he hit a home run over the weekend?
He did. That's his sixth. He needs
No, seventh.
Seventh. I need more. Ryan, stay on the line.
Greedy.
I am. I want to win. I want to but Bogarts homered yesterday, and I was excited for a moment till I remembered it was his fifth. I mean, there's like backup
He
catchers.
has 5?
Yeah, I know. There's backup catchers in the league that have more than 5.
Let's just
Come
celebrate
on.
the fact that he has 5.
Yeah, I
Because
know.
if you were to ask me, Chris, I would have said 3.
No, he's got 5. All right, Ryan, good job. He ran the table, by the way. Ryan, he didn't miss one. Got them all, right?
Apparently, there's
discrepancy here.
Brandon says Ryan shouldn't have advanced past Gillette because they're 2 different stadiums.
Uh-oh.
Let me see.
Uh-oh. What do you mean?
Like they hadn't built Gillette yet. Let me see.
Scraby, unbelievable.
I got this
that
from
you would blow this.
I got
question
this from online.
as always.
I got this from online.
You blow every question.
Hey, stop.
Well, for any of that who's new to Chris vs. the Fan, this almost always happens. Scraby has an issue.
Wait, was it 2001 then?
I think so.
Oh, it was 2000.
Tuck Rule game was played
Tuck
where?
Rule game.
It was played at, let's see. It doesn't say yet.
I'm looking.
Click on another click.
Oh, wow.
Foxborough Stadium, like I said, Scraby.
Wow.
Ryan, you still win because of user error. And Scraby's just going to have to explain it to all the rest of the people who are mad. Don't go anywhere. We're taking a break.
Wait. Hold on. When was Gillette built?
I don't know, but you're wrong. Ryan's right. The world is
No, Ryan's not right. Brandon's right.
Brandon's right, but Ryan still wins because you were wrong. That never happens. Yes, it does. It happens all the time on this show. More Gwynn and Chris ahead. Yeah, no, Foxborough Stadium. We bring you back to the Gwynn and Chris show.
Fix your camera if you're going to make fun of me.
Did you square that away with our winner, Ryan, there?
I did.
So Gillette Stadium wasn't even built in the tuck rule game. Is that what we
I never
determined?
figured it out, but I did. So I tried something new with our trivia questions this week.
Yeah, what'd you do?
I went to Chat GPT. Everybody keeps telling me, go to Chat GPT, ask it to make you some sports trivia questions.
So they made you a wrong question there.
You know what, Chris? I
About
have
that.
found more answers from that Chat GPT are wrong, so I have to get away from Chat
Well,
GPT.
you know what you need to do is have them do the question, then take a moment like I did and just look it up. And
I just never even
sure.
thought. I just thought it was Gillette. I truly thought it was Gillette.
All right, it's not. Apparently it's Foxborough, but Ryan wins because you messed up. And if everybody, was in line to play, just understand that your chance to go to Las Vegas was taken from you by the bearer of misinformation.
Did you know?
Matt Scraby.
You know what?
What?
It literally opened like 3 months after the tuck roll game.
It's okay, but I mean that's like saying who won the tuck rule game, and Ryan goes the Raiders, and you go yeah, and then we come to find out no, it was the Patriots. I mean you're right or you're not, and you were not right.
Everybody says
Sorry.
shortcuts might, or Andros says shortcuts might screw you over in the end. You're right. I've literally came up with maybe 1,500 trivia questions in the last 6 years. So I was looking to cheat. You're right.
Did you know that?
Open May 11th, 2002.
Did you know that on the play that Charles Woodson came running in and knocked
Smashed
the ball
him?
from Brady?
Yeah.
The new Hall of Famer Eric Allen, who's a San Diego guy, Point Loma. According to this, Eric Allen apparently was near the sideline when Brady was over there discussing the play.
Okay.
And overheard what the play was.
Whoa.
And ran back to the, the huddle or whatever his side, and basically told his team what was going on.
Whoa.
And there you go. Woodson broke in, got the sack, game over. End of the Patriots dynasty before it starts.
Do you know how hard it is to run through?
Didn't happen.
Sprint through 6 inches of snow to get to Tom Brady. That's an athletic feat in all of itself.
It is really one of the most amazing single plays in sports history when you consider what became of the Patriots and Tom Brady because of the result of that play. Now,
if that doesn't happen,
well, could he have gone on and won 6 Super Bowls? Maybe.
We never know.
But we don't know, right? You just don't. It could have been a whole different thing.
It could have been a whole different thing. That could have just, devastated Tom Brady to no end.
Well, I don't know about that, but, it's just one of those. Yeah, anyway. All right. Bryce Harper.
Ugh.
Like, what if he didn't hit that home run against Suarez? I mean, we went to the World Series. We could do this all day.
We could.
But Bryce Harper did hit that home run, and he'll have a chance to homer tonight, unfortunately for the Padres, because he's back in the Phillies lineup. Batting third, Bryce Harper this evening. It's not that horrible.
First, they had Ronald Acuna Jr. return from his injury.
And
against
homer
the
like on the
Padres.
first pitch he saw.
Yeah, then you got Bryce Harper coming back from a wrist injury. So people might be taking the Padres a little bit serious, okay?
You know how desperate the Padres are, by the way. I forgot to point this out earlier, but I just thought of it again. This is how desperate the Padres are getting. They won on Saturday in the uniforms they hate.
Yes, the Browns.
The Browns. And they came back with them again yesterday.
And they lost.
But this time they lost. But I'm just saying they were trying to get a little something going.
And they kind of did.
But they lost. So now it'll be, is it back to the pinstripes tonight? We'll see. But the pinstripes have been worn about, I would say, 75 to 80% of the time this year. Because nobody cares that the players don't like the Browns as much. I don't think they're as comfortable to them or something. I don't know. They don't choose to wear the brown.
I got to tell them, maybe they should have me in to have a clubhouse talk that the type of uniform you wear doesn't win or lose you games.
And also, but you seem to think that like where you bat in the batting order does.
I Didn't say
There's
that.
a bunch of things that just don't matter.
I didn't say that.
Go out and get the job done in any uniform. Zach Wheeler, Matt Waldron. First start of the year for Waldron.
Can I tell you what Matt Waldron did against the Phillies last year?
It was dominant, was it not?
Yes, he went. It was Wednesday, June 19th. He went 7 innings at Philly, gave up 1 run, struck out 6, and they won the game 5-2. So he was pretty good.
He was good, but if he goes 7 innings tonight and allows 1 run, he could lose.
That would be unfortunate.
It would be, but Zach Wheeler's that good. And unfortunately, the Padre offense is that frustrating. I'm not going to say bad. I'm just going to say frustrating.
Ooh, this is fun to look back at. Jackson Merrill homered in the 2nd inning of this game. Harper tied it up the next inning with a homer.
All right.
A rise single to right. And then the thing that opened it all up, Kyle Higashioka tripled to right in the 8th to put him up 5-1. Then Bryce Harper hit another home run.
Kyle Higashioka. Does anybody remember the incredible angst we had when we didn't when we lost Kyle Higashioka?
I kind of knew.
I hate to tell you this, but Elias Diaz has 4 times the number of home runs this year than Kyle Higashioka does.
How
Higashioka's got 1.
Is he still in the IL?
I think he was back and then he went on again. I don't know. He's had 132 at bats. So he's not, he's been hurt on and off.
Yeah. I mean, did we all kind of expect this?
He did play yesterday. Higashioka, in fact, he played the entire month of June, Higashioka, with no home runs. He played most of the month of May with no home runs. He hit 1 home run in mid-April. That's it for Texas, Higashioka. I first of all, I'm not happy about this because I like Higashioka.
Yeah, me too.
But it does go to show when somebody has a career year and there's a team willing to overpay for them, you have to let them go. And the Padres did. It was painful in a lot of ways because we all wanted Higashioka back.
And Jerk's a profile.
He was such a big part of this, Higashioka. But 1 home run, he's hitting .212. I mean, is anyone missing this? He's .561 OPS. Texas is not getting anything out of him. Nothing at all.
What do you think?
So,
do you think? Like what do you think?
And you're right
happens?
about Profar, although that's a different circumstance. He
should be coming back soon, right?
The July 2nd. So what's that?
Wednesday.
Okay. Profar will be back Wednesday.
All right.
From the suspension.
What do you think happens during career years? Like, how does a guy who has a track record...
Confidence rolls to an incredibly high level.
Okay.
That you've never been at. Kind of like on the golf course when you maybe get a birdie and a par and all of a sudden you go to the next tee and you're like, wow, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, that's true.
But you're just actually not that good.
And then you go. So that's what happens with this is when you play good golf, then you're like, I got to get back out there. Yeah. So you get back out there and then you shoot and then like 150.
Return to norm. Yeah. And you're like, wait a minute. Higashioka has 16 RBIs this season. That's all. 5 of them were in 1 game. It's been a rough go, like really rough. So, and yeah, losing Higashioka and Profar. I mean, people look back on last year and say, well, last year's team was way better because we had Higashioka and Profar. We don't have them anymore.
And both of them.
But if we had this year's version, we wouldn't have anything either.
Oh my gosh, Chris, can you imagine if Higashioka and Profar were back on the team, how many people would be complaining about that?
Oh, did we? Wow. I can't believe we overpaid for Higashioka like that. He had a career year. We should have known better. Yeah, well, nobody said that when he went to Texas. Everybody said, what are we doing letting him go?
Absolutely true.
Yeah, totally true. All right, maybe Higashioka will pick it back up, but Texas has been a big disappointment.
The Phillies lineup is out, by the way.
Yeah, I said.
Oh, you did?
Well, I didn't say the actual lineup, but I did say that Harper's batting 3rd, so yes, we're aware.
Kyle Schwarber been hitting 2nd a lot this year?
I don't follow the Phillies on a daily basis. No, Trey Turner has been leading off most of the time.
All right.
Although Schwarber opened the season as the leadoff hitter. I think it's been all Trey Turner there recently as it is today.
You want to hear a tweet from a Phillies fan real quick? This is almost a must-win game. Harper is back in the lineup. Phillies have owned the Padres since 22, and the other team in the division has been exposed. Now is the time to build the lead. So basically, everybody's doing the same thing for their team everywhere in the country.
Phillies lost 4-6 after they took 2 or 3 from the Mets. Remember, they went to Houston last weekend, the Phillies, and scored 1 run in 3 games. A reminder that not everybody can just score whenever they want.
The Yankees just had a historic drought.
Mm-hmm. But the Phillies come into tonight with a 1.5 game lead over the Mets. The Mets, as we said, have lost 13 of 16. More Gwynn and Chris coming up. And we're going to be here for the foreseeable future.
We got
so
the
don't
big
go anywhere.
next.
Gwynn and
News is that Prime Day is almost here. The great news this year you'll have
got married.
What?
Jeff Bezos got married.
Oh yes, he did.
The head of CEO of Amazon.
Yeah. No, I don't think he is anymore.
Oh,
he got ousted.
Oh.
This year you'll have 4 days to find deals on all of your favorite things. Shop Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th. Now, normally, Chris, I'm not a big Prime guy because I like to fight against the man for making my life easier, I guess. But I did buy a dog hair vacuum on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
And so now I brush Lucky because he is the hairiest dog I have ever owned in my entire life.
Okay.
It's the most amazing invention I ever have purchased.
The dog
before.
thing, not the Amazon.
No, Amazon brought it the same day. So that was great too.
That is nice.
But it's an Amazon dog hair grooming thing, and it's amazing.
I don't know about Amazon on the delivery world because I order stuff from Amazon like a lot of people. When I order something, it takes 8 days every time.
Well, you order the one thing that they don't have.
I guess when Lori orders something, it takes 8 minutes.
You got to pay attention.
So I now have her order my stuff because it just comes quicker.
You got to pay attention to some of the deliveries and then
the language stuff.
And then they say like, oh, we'll deliver these 3 things on this day, but then we'll deliver the rest of those 3 things later that day. Just put it in the one box.
All right.
Sorry, didn't know I had a rant today.
We got the Big Five coming up again. Now, we might have some new listeners to the show because we're on at a different time. The Big Five is something where Scraby comes up with 5 topics that are things, timely things in the
best
world
of the
sports.
rest.
And Tony Gwynn Jr. and I banter back and forth about them. I thought today's was a good one, especially since it started off with a question that I came up with. So
this is true.
Enjoy today's Big Five.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, with the weekend of Padres baseball behind us, there's lots of questions, lots of comments. As we know, we've already been through some of it, but let's get started with something that Chris posted. And I think Chris, basically tailor-made this
number 5
for our number 5 topic here on the Big Five. So he tweeted earlier. If you don't know, Chris is a good follow at ChrisLOSD. He's got good things like this on his Twitter account.
Yeah, more quality, less quantity.
There you go. That's okay though. That's okay.
Love it.
The loss yesterday in Cincy gives the Padres a 3-10-1 series record this season against teams currently over 500. They have one such series win since the end of April. So, Chris, you're up first. Big deal, little deal, or no deal?
I think it's a little deal. I don't think it's a big deal because I think to have a great season, you don't have to have a great record against winning teams, as long as you mop up on losing teams. And the Padres have completely mopped up on losing teams. They're 30-10 against teams with losing records. So as long as they do that, they don't have to, dominate against winning teams. But I think it's a little deal because I think it shows that the Padres, as they're currently constructed, may not quite have enough to really get it done. And so, because matching up against the better teams, they're not winning enough. And I think that they know that. I mean, and when I say this, they're currently constructed, I'm including the fact that they're hurting, with the pitching staff, with Michael King and Yu Darvish not pitching. And, I think we all know that they need to add something else to this lineup. So I think it's a little deal. I don't think it's no deal, but it's not a big deal as long as they keep mopping up on the other teams.
Tony, big deal, little deal, or no deal that they have a losing series record against winning teams?
I agree with Chris on this. I think it's a little deal. And I think it's a little deal for all of the reasons Chris just said. But it is a little deal because these are the teams you'll have to face in the playoffs, most likely. Right. And these are the teams that if you want to get deep into, a playoff run, including a World Series, you're going to have to go through these types of teams. And so I think it's a little deal because we're in, June, we're in July. I'll just say we're in July, basically. Yeah. And I also think that this team, as constructed now, will look different in August, some way, shape, or form, whether that's – I don't think it'll be just through health, but whether that's through health or whether that's through what's going to happen on the market, which I believe the Padres will be active, I think it'll look different. And so I think it's a little deal for now, like Chris said.
All right.
Number 4.
Would you like me to come up with the other 4 questions for
yeah,
you?
I actually would have loved for it because, obviously we're early today. So I was scrambling a little bit this morning trying to find them. I was like, yes, Chris took care of one of them for me. This one also took care of itself, really, but it's Los Angeles. Did I already hit number 4? Doesn't matter. I'm all over the place today.
You did.
Lakers star LeBron James is going to opt into his $52.6 million player option for this coming season, his agent Rich Paul said yesterday. He wants to compete for a championship next season and potentially beyond, and will be closely monitoring the Lakers' moves and whether the team is positioning itself this offseason to field a title contending roster. Quote from Rich Paul, "We understand the difficulty in winning now while preparing for the future. We do want to evaluate what's best for LeBron at this stage in his life and career. He wants to make every season he has left count, and the Lakers understand that, are supportive, and want what's best for him." End quote. Tony, do you think the Lakers have a chance to win a championship this coming year?
Yeah, of course they do. With new ownership, with Luka Doncic at the helm, and LeBron returning, I think they have a great chance. And I think this roster is going to look different too. Speaking of how we were just talking about the Padres. This is a funny topic to me because everybody has taken the sign of him opting into his player option. Typically, LeBron opts out and he gets some more money, some more years. He wants to be traded and or he doesn't see himself being a Laker beyond this year, which all could be true. But my immediate thought was, this might be it for Bron. Maybe he is to the point now. I mean, he is going to be, 40 years of age? 41 years of age?
He is 40. 41, yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, he may be thinking about retirement. And then there was a leak of, I don't know if it was a purposeful leak or if someone actually recorded, but he's at dinner in New York, and you can hear him in the background saying that his wife wants him to retire in the next year or so. And so when I saw that he opted in, which I admit is unusual, the first thing I thought was, this might be it for him. This might be his last go round. And I think the common thought, because it's LeBron, is that, he'll want a farewell tour. What if he doesn't? What if he wants to just play his last year and go on about his business? It's not like, he hasn't been the most talked about, polarized athlete probably in the history of sports based on the time we're in. I could see him just saying, you know what, I'm done after this year and moving on and trying to become an owner. I can 100% see that. But, yeah, I think the Lakers got a chance to be a championship contender when it's all said and done.
Chris, Lakers championship contender this coming season?
Well, again, same answer. Not as they're currently constructed. I feel like they need, some presence, inside in the front court. And I'm sure they'll address that. So I would just say, looking ahead at what I don't know now, I think the Lakers will probably be a team that has a shot. The Western Conference is going to be tough. But I agree with Tony.
Yeah,
I think LeBron is kind of just about the end here. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I think it's going to be about time. I don't think he wants to walk away too late. He's, as Tony said, man, he's polarizing already. And I think he wants to, he's concerned about his legacy. And I don't think he wants his legacy to be a season or two at the very end, playing at less than an all-star level of basketball, because this is what he's always been able to play. So I think he recognizes this is it. And it wouldn't surprise me. I don't think he needs a farewell tour. He'll leave that to people that like to see themselves in the headlines more, like Aaron Rodgers. And I think that I had to sneak that in there. But
it took me a second.
I think, why go start somewhere else for 1 year? And he also, what are you going to do? Try to figure out how to make it mesh with some star player on another team. So he's already got it going with Luka. Hopefully they'll add something in the front court and give him a shot at one more ring.
All right.
Number 3.
New York Yankees slugger Aaron Judge homered twice yesterday in a blowout victory against the A's, giving him 30 home runs on the season, and even greater historic standing within the Yankees lore. Judge surpassed Lou Gehrig for the most multi-homer games in the Yankees. Wait, that's not true.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Most multi-home run games in Yankee history. He passed Lou Gehrig.
Okay. Judge's 44 multi-homer games puts him 2 games behind Mickey Mantle and 24 games behind Babe Ruth. How did he pass? Anyway, I'm just going to keep moving on. Judge has 5 straight 30-plus homer seasons, trailing only Mantle, who had 8 straight, and A-Rod, who had 7 straight.
Okay.
Chris, how big of a deal is this?
Well, look, anytime you move past Lou Gehrig in any category, I believe it's a deal. There is something strange about multi-home run games. We talked about it a little earlier. When Spencer Steer hit 3 home runs against the Padres on Friday night, he did something that the likes of David Ortiz never did.
Big Pappy?
The likes of Gary Sheffield never did. The likes of Rafael Palmeiro never did. Those are 3 guys with 500 career home runs. None of them ever had a 3 home run game. So these things are a little arbitrary. But Judge is, without question, he's one of the great sluggers in Yankee history, and he continues to, underscore that fact. 30 is a lot before July, and he could have another. He's going to have another. Looks like 50. Gehrig never did 50 either, which is, he had 493 home runs, but never 50.
Tony, how big of a deal is this for Aaron Judge?
Has Judge won a championship yet with the Yankees?
He has not.
I'm not asking that to be funny. I was just asking because I think he's already like one of the greatest Yankees. he's quick. He is on pace to become the greatest Yankee ever.
That's crazy.
That's the pace he's on right now. Except he hasn't won, and I'm pretty sure every Yankee won. I don't think that there's. It would be interesting to see how New Yorkers.
I think the only great Yankee that never won because he played in an era where they just didn't is Don Mattingly.
Don Mattingly,
and Don Mattingly's never been treated anywhere near in the same, sphere as the rest of the guys.
It'll be an interesting test case if, for some crazy reason, Aaron Judge never wins a title as a Yankee. How that goes with his overall greatness, because he's on pace from a numbers standpoint to be the greatest Yankee ever, but the championship thing kind of will reign over him until he wins one.
Don't you think Aaron Judge had to be and has to be a Yankee?
Yes.
He doesn't fit in any other organization.
No.
He had
doesn't. that window closed when he didn't sign with the Giants,
right,
or wherever he was. That was the only shot that he could have changed his visual in everybody's head. Yeah. Now it's cemented as a Yankee, I think forever.
I think he would look great in a Miami Marlins uniform. That would be amazing for him.
He may finish up there. I mean, after all, Babe Ruth did finish as a Boston Brave, so anything's possible.
That is true. The Babe.
Number 2.
All right, we got to get through these two a little bit quicker. But speaking of Aaron Judge, he is the leader right now for AL MVP. There's only one AL pitcher. But there is one AL pitcher who is pushing to be the first to win the AL Cy Young and MVP in the same season since Justin Verlander did it in 2011. And you're right, it's Tarik Skubal of the Tigers this year. He has started 17 games. He's 10-2, 2.15 ERA, 138 strikeouts, which leads the league, and a WHIP of .83. Tony, would he win AL MVP if the season ended today?
No, Aaron Judge would still win. But I will say, the performance he put on last night was it was nutty.
It was.
He had these cats looking like they didn't know what to do, how to hit at all. I mean, seriously, Buxton was the only one that looked like he was ready. Everybody else, and that was that's a credit to Skubal. I mean, obviously these guys can hit; they're big leaguers, but he had them looking like, yo, what are y'all trying up there? Like, I mean, that's how good Tarik Skubal was in that game yesterday. But I still think right now it's Judge. He would have to, I don't know if you guys know this. I think we've talked about it. I hate the fact that a pitcher can win MVP. They already got their whole Cy Young thing. I was against it. Even when Kirsch won it back when, what I'm saying, in the National League side. Like, Verlander did it. I've always been against it. So that's another reason why I'm saying Judge.
All right. Chris, if the season ended today, would Tarik Skubal win MVP?
I think a pitcher can win MVP, but I think it's like a 25 or 30 win season with an ERA, under 2 and a bunch of shutouts.
He's on pace for 20 wins.
Yeah, the 20 is pretty good in this day and age, I will say, but it's not like Denny McClain winning 30. Now, that was an MVP, but Judge is the guy. The closest to him, to me, is still Cal Raleigh at this point.
Yes, Cal Raleigh. Big Dumper. Love that nickname.
I don't think does he like it?
I think he does.
Wow.
Number 1.
In yesterday's game against the Angels.
I guess he's just happy to have a nickname.
Yeah.
The
and
big dumper?
Yes.
I mean, really.
I thought Manny was the big dumper because everybody always talks about his dump truck. And that's the phrasing, too. Dump truck.
No one talks about
that is not true. That is not true.
Can we move to the next question?
Yes.
Please?
And I'm wasting time. In yesterday's game against the Angels, James Woods coming back to bite us, guys. He was issued 4 intentional walks. The last player who was intentionally walked 4 times in a game, Mr. Barry Bonds in 2004, when he had 4 such games with the Giants. That's insane. Chris, is this the ultimate sign of respect or created by circumstance?
Created by circumstance. James Wood is not walked all that often. Yesterday he was. I watched a lot of that game for some reason. Whoever the Angels' new manager is, to me, he's an idiot. First of all, the walks is one thing, but the Angels had that game won in the bottom of the 10th inning when they came up in a 4-4 tie, and they put the ghost runner at second base, and this guy did not choose to bunt him over to third. And so they left the guy at second, and they lost in the 11th inning. I think that's mismanagement. So James Wood got walked by a manager who doesn't yet established himself. Interim for the rest of the season, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't even know the guy's name. Do you? Anybody?
No, I was going to make a joke, but I don't have it.
Anybody? It's pretty respectful, but I mean, who do the Nationals have behind him, right? So I think it was circumstance.
All right. Tony, ultimate sign of respect for intentional walks or created by circumstance?
It was created by circumstance. They definitely, the Angels are they don't have the best pitching staff to begin with. And I just think that, as Chris mentioned, it's not like Wood is walking a lot, or this happens to him in every team. I just think in this particular case, you got the Angels who, are, although playing better, certainly didn't, as Chris had managed that game well yesterday. So, yeah, I'm gonna say this is a circumstance thing more than it is a sign of respect. Although, he could be headed that way.
It sounds good on paper, but give me a walk, bases loaded, intentional walk.
Yeah, there you go.
Then
That's the ultimate sign of respect.
Then we'll start talking. Yeah,
and I'm sure Barry Bonds had like several games where he was walked.
Yes, he did.
Yes, that's crazy that they actually did that, but they did.
Yeah,
Aaron Judge got that treatment last year.
There you go. That's respect.
That's it for the Big Five. When we get back, we still have some time to go. It's a new time slot for us today, so we're
the game is
figuring it
somewhere
out.
off in the distance.
It's over there. Yonder. We'll come back and we'll have some updates for you on 97.3 The Fan. Baseball season is back, and that means a whole lot of Padres talk, even on the Scraby Show. I'll put my spin on Padres talk, and I'll get your opinion too. Join me weekdays from 6 to 7 p.m. as the Padres schedule allows on 97.3 The Fan.
Want to golf with celebrities and sports legends? Go to the Fan's website for your chance to win a foursome in the 4th annual Salute to Heroes charity golf tournament at Loma Santa Fe Golf Club on July 28th. Enter at odyssey.com/973 The Fan SD.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney.
program. Yeah, it was going to be the final hour, but it's not. We have an hour and a half to go ahead of Padres pregame show. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr. in Philadelphia. Matt Scraby in the Odyssey Palace Studios alongside here, 97.3 The Fan. Switching things up a little bit this week. Braden Surprenant handling the morning show. And we're taking his spot. And taking our spot is Padre Baseball. Padres and Phillies with the pregame at 2:30 this afternoon. I guess the lineup is out, so let's hear that. Padres, Phillies, Scraby's going to give it to you. Because he's fired up about it.
I was just fired up about it because it came at the perfect time.
Because you just couldn't wait to get into it.
Luis Ariz batting first, of course. Manny Machado batting second. Jackson Merrill third. Fernando fourth. Gavin Sheets DHing fifth. Xander Bogaerts sixth, playing shortstop. Jake Cronenworth second base, batting seventh. Bryce Johnson eighth, playing left field. Maldonado catching for Matt Waldron. Matty Nux.
Maldonado and Diaz. Fortunately, the calendar turns tomorrow to July. As I said, they each have their home run for June. They get one per month, is the way I kind of see it. They both have 4 months, 4 home runs. Honestly, I can't stand to watch Diaz hit with, just swinging at pitches that are – they're throwing a fastball off the outside corner. Just let it go.
What if it has run?
What?
What if it has run to it?
I guess it must, because he misses it every time.
It must.
He misses it every time. It drives me nuts. All right. Into the the final hour and a half. We do have a Michael King update for you. But again,
somewhat.
Yeah, take this with a grain of salt, because all Michael King updates are basically just words. They're not really updates.
This might be an update.
Okay, we'll see if we can.
This might be an update. I've had this in the doc, and I just was like, we've heard the same story a couple times, but we have not heard this story from Michael King.
All right.
So he was the one who said, quote, "There is light at the end of the tunnel." He threw on the field in Cincinnati Friday for the second time in 4 days, and he said this time it was with more intent. Quote, "Not intent behind the throw, but intent behind the action," end quote. So it looks like he's feeling better. He says it's way, way less painful, and he has more strength and range of motion. He thinks it's laughable that there's any notion he might not pitch again this season. Laughable being the word used in this article. So if he really thinks that, I don't think a player would go out on the edge.
Laughable is what I want to hear.
Yes.
Because I want to hear that he's definitely coming back. But I'm not, I shouldn't say it because I don't want to put it out there. But if he doesn't come back till September, that could be too late. Like, they need him sooner than that. And I know he can't rush it.
If they're at a certain point in the season where they're not looking like they're going to make the playoffs. But it sounds like he's going to come back sooner rather than later.
Right. Well, I don't know about that.
He's been throwing 105 feet. It's like a start of a progression, quote, whereas every other time it's been like a test to see how I feel. And I felt pretty good in the last one. I was really happy with how it went Tuesday. And that's why I came in and I said, I'd rather do a full progression instead of just like testing it out. Anyway. But he's throwing. He's feeling less pain. He said it was laughable that he wouldn't pitch again this year.
I know, I like that, but I still don't know that we can wait that much longer. How Waldron does tonight may have something to do with that. If Waldron can give you a good one, that's going to be big.
Yes, that would be huge.
He makes his first start of the year tonight. All right. Thank you for the update on Michael King, which was a bunch of words. Not your fault. There's just nothing there. We don't know when he's coming back. To me, when somebody says he'll be pitching next Thursday, I will call that an update.
I'm with you on that.
The rest of it is just a bunch of talk.
Well, because we've heard it so many times already this year.
Exactly. Same with Darvish. I understand why the writers need to ask all the time, because they want to, be able to tell everybody the story. But, honestly, if I was Mike Schilt, I think I would just get to the point where I'd say, you know what, when I can tell you when Darvish is going to pitch, I'll tell you. Until then, nothing to say.
Mike Schilt must be so tired of those questions.
Probably. All right, here's one that I'm going to throw at you, Scrape, because we have a couple of minutes kicking them off. Is this the happy hour today, or did they just get, should we read this? It's only 5:00. What do you want to do?
Just give them some shout outs.
I love the guys at GL Pools anyway. So they are our happy hour sponsors.
Yes.
So we'll just kind of call it today our happy hour. If you don't know about GL Pools, they are the swimming pool experts. They've been trusted by thousands of San Diegans. They've been doing this since 2006. Scraby told me that he's got a pool company and he doesn't love it.
Yep.
Maybe you don't love your pool company. GL Pools. Baseball's back. So is swim season. If you call now, you mention the word radio, you get a free month of service right there. So, summer's coming up, right? Maybe your pool needs some different attention.
It definitely, most pools do.
Try GL Pools. Swimming pool experts, our guys. All right, here's my question to you, Scrape.
Real quick, I went swimming with my niece yesterday.
How'd that go?
It was great. She's she'll be 3 in November.
I hope she was keeping an eye on you.
She was keeping an eye on me.
Right,
yes.
okay.
Yes, making sure I didn't drown.
8 years old? Yeah. She got
no. She's going to be 3 in November.
You went with your youngest.
Yes, youngest,
yeah,
and
right.
And she loved the pool water. So
good.
I think everybody needs to go to GL Pools.
Well, it's nice to have a fresh, clean pool. There's no question.
Yes.
All right, here's my question now. Yesterday, Jackson Merrill got hit with a pitch. Am I correct?
Yes, he did.
He did. He got hit. It looked like it hurt. He shook it off. Jackson Merrill's,
he's a ball player.
He's just too much of a guy and a player to, get mad about it, at least outwardly. But I could tell he was upset.
Yeah.
We just went through the Dodger thing with, Fernando.
Yeah.
So when I saw Jackson Merrill hit yesterday, I'm like, God, the Padres players get hit all the time.
They do.
When are we going to do something about it?
They did.
Here's the thing, though, Scraby, don't interrupt me. I'm in the middle of my point. And if you throw this off.
You're throwing your own point off at this point.
No, if you throw it off kilter, then I won't make the point.
Okay.
So here's the thing. They get hit all the time. When are they going to do something about it? I decided to look it up. Where do the Padres rank this season so far, in your mind, in times being hit by a pitch? Like, where are they? Have they been hit the first most, the third most, the 10th most in all of baseball? What do you think? Just because nobody knows this stat, right? You don't keep track of it.
Not top
so
of
just
mind.
off the top of your mind, because I'm looking it up right now. Where do you think the Padres are in terms of being hit by a pitch this year? Just take, you don't have to get this right. Just kind of where do you think it would be about?
I don't think that they have been hit as many times as it feels like. So I'm going to say like 15th in baseball.
Right in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay. I really thought they were way up at the top.
Okay.
Because it seems like they get conked all the time.
It does seem like they do.
The Minnesota Twins have been hit 51 times this year.
Wow.
The Mets, 50. All the way down to 26th place. And the Padres, 22 times.
Wait, they've been, wow.
There's only 3 teams in baseball that have been hit less than the Padres. It just seems to me like they get hit more than anybody.
It does seem like that.
But they're not. They've only been hit 22 times.
Not even close.
Not even near it. 51. The Twins have 51.
That's crazy.
So that's just one of those things, right, where you think something, but it's not really true. Now, the Padres have been hit 22 times. And we say, what do we say? When are they going to do something about it?
Yes.
How many batters do you think the Padres have hit? Based on the fact that they themselves have been hit 22 times, how many times do you think the Padres have hit the other team?
Well, I can think of 2 immediately.
2? Okay.
Two times they plunked Ohtani.
Okay, 2.
I would say that the Padres pitchers, I'm going to say halfway.
Is
15th.
it more? Okay, but here's my question. They are 15th, which is funny that you said that.
Okay.
But the question is, have they hit more or have they been hit more?
They've hit more.
Yeah. The Padres have hit 32. So
really?
It's one of those funny things to me because we as fans, every time Fernando gets hit, every time somebody gets hit, we're like, that's it. Come on. When are we going to do something?
Chris just threw his
I
notes
know.
in
Hit
there.
them. Get them back. Stop letting them hit our guys.
That's true.
But the statistics say that we've hit way more of the other team than they've hit of us. Not even close.
That's surprising. It really is surprising because you would think.
I know. That's why we brought
But
it
do you
up.
think it's because the star players are the ones that
Maybe.
are always getting hit on the Padres?
I mean, understand that a curveball that bounces off a guy's foot and he goes to first, that's a hit by pitch just as much as a guy getting hit in the throat. It's the same thing.
Visual.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, no, the Padres have hit 10 more batters than have hit them. So
I guess they're taking care of it?
I don't know.
Preemptive striking?
I don't know, because in our minds, it doesn't seem like they take care of it. It seems like they get hit and they don't do anything about it.
Personally, I was very satisfied with how the Dodgers series ended up because Ohtani got hit twice. And not that I want Ohtani be thrown at or anything like that, but if you're going to hit someone.
You felt like we got our
money's worth.
Message back.
Yeah.
The Rockies are down at the bottom ahead of, and they're tied for the worst with 23 hit batters. They've been ordered to hit 50, but they missed the other 27 times. Their pitchers just can't find the strike zone on the hitting the batter. The Rockies, I love them. All right, we'll take a break. Quick timeout here. Where are we going, Scrape? We got
some All-Star voting stuff that we could talk about.
Let's catch up on that. There isn't a whole lot of news. There is one key player on a really hot team that went on the injured list today. We'll tell you who he is. And there's one NFL trade that's got a lot of people talking today. We talked about it a little earlier, but we'll mention it to you again if you just tuned in. Yes. Who's on the move to the Steel City? More Gwynn and Chris when we return.
What's up, everybody?
It has to do with average temperatures in the year 2024, and this is the average temperature, hot maximum per day, minimum per day. It is going to be your job today to find the 25 states whose average temperature is under 55 degrees. California's at 60. You're looking for anything under 55. I'm not going to let you go first. I'm going to give Tony first.
Let's start with Montana.
That is correct.
Montana.
Montana's the fourth coldest state in the U.S., 44.5 degrees average temperature. All right, Scravy, that leaves a really obvious one for you. I gave Tony first, but he didn't take it. So you can.
I don't know that these are that obvious to any of us.
All right,
Chris.
Well, I think one is obvious.
Alaska,
I think. I thought Alaska was pretty obvious. 27.8 degrees average temperature in Alaska. 16 degrees colder than any other state. Tony's up.
Washington, the state.
State of Washington is on the list at 48.4. So Tony takes a 2-1 lead. Scraby, give me a cold state.
Maine.
Tony, you're up 2-2.
How about Idaho?
Idaho's pretty cold. Cold enough at 45.5, seventh coldest in the U.S.
Well, it's my favorite state to say. Minnesota.
Yeah, that was kind of obvious. Same as Idaho. Minnesota, 45.5, Tony.
How about North Dakota?
North Dakota, there
North
you
Dakota.
go. You found it, number 2, 43.7 there.
I'll take the lesser-known Dakota. The
South Dakota.
I think it's the more-known Dakota.
Yeah, I would think it's more. Tony, you are up in a 4-4 tie with no strikes yet.
How about Oregon?
Oregon, believe it or not, Oregon's cold enough to make the list. Tony's 5, Scraby's 4.
Never been here, but I knew someone from here and said it's very cold. New Hampshire.
New Hampshire's cold. Tony.
How about Vermont?
Vermont's cold, and it's right next to New Hampshire, so that was good. 46.3. Tony goes up 6-5.
How about Wisconsin?
Wisconsin. I'm pretty sure that's going to be in there. Just below Tony, you're up.
We're going to move to Wisconsin's neighbor. How about a little Illinois?
Oh.
How about a little Illinois? Little Illinois didn't make it. You can get your first lead of the day here.
A state that I've been to, a state that has beautiful scenery, Wyoming.
That's number 3. Wyoming, 44.3. I can definitely second that.
Laramie is like the
notion, having been there every year to Laramie. It's cold. Tony.
Iowa.
Iowa.
That's a great one.
Is it?
Has to be on there.
51.5. Iowa just snuck in there.
I'm going to bank on the part of the state that's not attached to the paw is cold. Michigan.
Michigan is a winner. Very good. The Upper Peninsula you're referring to.
The pod.
How about Utah?
Utah, Salt Lake City and company. Yep,
Park
it's
City.
cold there. 51.2. That is correct. Tony hits it. 8-8. The only difference is Tony's got a strike.
Nueva York.
Nueva York.
New York for Chris.
It does get cold there in New York. 49 degrees average temperature in New York is Tony.
Connecticut.
Connecticut.
What about Ohio?
You ready to come up with an answer, Scraby?
Ohio.
Too hot.
I
Too
know.
hot.
I was thinking that because it's next to Illinois, but I live
Too
there
hot.
and it snowed.
Is that what you want, Ohio?
Yeah.
54.9.
Oh!
It's the last one on there. Scraby goes up 10-9.
How about a little Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Frigid old Pennsylvania.
Frigid old Pennsylvania.
Home of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg. And cold enough at 52.1 to make the list.
Pennsylvania, baby.
10-10.
Massachusetts?
It has not been said. Doesn't mean it's correct, but it is 51.2. Scraby hits a bell.
Massachusetts.
11-10. Tony, you're up.
Oh, man, this is hard.
There are 4 left.
Cold. How about Indiana?
Oh.
Indiana. No, Tony. That's a strike. 55.2. Indiana just over by 0.2.
Some of the cold spots in the country are in the plains. Nebraska.
Yeah.
Lincoln. That's all I got on Nebraska.
Scraby's doing okay. That's correct.
Wow!
52 degrees.
Colorado.
Scraby for the win.
One of the most forgotten places in the United States
Is
Rhode Island.
And it is correct.
Yes! Sorry, that was a lot. Does that mean I win?
Game is over. Yes,
Game
you've
is
won.
over!
That was a stupid game.
I didn't think you'd like it since it didn't win it.
Those are my
On his Padres. He's got the pregame show a little more than an hour from now. Chris, hello. Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Scraby. Tony's at the ballpark getting ready for his broadcast. We are filling in for the midday show. The midday show is filling in for the morning show. The morning show is doing our show. No, I'm just kidding. Nobody's doing our show because we don't have a show today.
Yep.
Well, actually, we do. We're here right now. Scraby and I just looked this up because Spencer Steer hit the 3 homers against the Padres the other day. Believe it or not, there's been 668 3-home run games in Major League history. Is that right? No, did I add it right? I'm asking you out there. You don't have the list. 688. 688.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's happened quite often. But I did find it interesting that David Ortiz is among those who has 0. Never did it. One of those oddities.
Too. Yeah.
It's just an oddity.
Barry Bonds never had 4 home runs in a game.
Barry Bonds never had 4. He certainly had 3.
Yeah.
But no, he did not have a 4. The 4 home run guy, this was a silly story. Do you know Tim Kirkjian?
Yeah.
I follow him on Twitter. He has a lot. He tells baseball stories every day, and some of them are fun. Some of them are, not. He said he was driving one day, and he was trying to think of the 18 guys in baseball history who have hit 4 home runs in a game.
I know one.
You know one.
Scooter Gennett.
I think he's the last.
Might be. No,
it just happened.
JD Martinez did it.
No, Eugenio Suarez did it about a month ago.
He had 4?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why it came up.
I thought it was 3.
No, Suarez hit 4.
Okay.
I'm just going to, I'll double check this. But here, okay, I'm looking at the baseball almanac. 6 players in the American League have done it. The last American leaguer to hit 4 home runs in a game was Josh Hamilton in 2012.
Wow.
It's been a long time in the American League. National League, Eugenio Suarez. Yes.
Okay.
Just earlier this year. But so there's been 19. It was 18. It's 19 different guys. Well, Tim Kirkjian is, kind of one of these savants, right?
Yeah.
More than me even on baseball. So he knew most of them, and he was, when you're driving, sometimes you think of a subject.
That's all I do.
You can't look it up, really.
Yeah.
But you're just trying to come up with it. So he came up, according to Tim Kirkjian, he came up with 18 of them. And there was one guy he couldn't think of on the list.
That's crazy,
right?
though.
So he didn't know who it was, right? That's the other thing. Like, you got 18, like, who's the one I don't have? So he was going to ask his phone. And his phone, isn't your phone isn't that like...
Yeah, you can do AI stuff.
But that's like asking Siri, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Turns out the guy he forgot was Pat Siri.
Oh, wow.
There was a guy named Pat Siri who played for the White Sox in 1948 who hit 4 home runs in a game. So he almost ended up asking Siri, who would have told him it was Siri.
That is kind of wild.
So that was a funny story.
In rehab, one of the doctors, her first name was Siri, and I felt bad for her because everybody made those jokes.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Siri. And then she would turn around and be like, no, I'm just talking to my phone.
The 4 home run game makes no sense in terms of, guys who've done it. Willie Mays, Mike Schmidt are the only 2 on here that I can think of. Lou Gehrig, the only 3 that are Hall of Famers. The rest of them are guys who just had a 4 home run day.
That's what I love about baseball, though.
Yeah, stuff like that can certainly happen. Padres can hit a 3-run homer as they did on Saturday and won the ball game.
I know. Chris got multiple texts about 3-run
You guys were all
homers.
excited by that. Adam Klug sent me a text. Hey, we hit a 3-run homer. I'm like, yes, great.
Nice response.
How about
you gave
doing
Adam,
it more
though.
often?
Nice response you gave Adam.
I didn't give Adam a response at
I know.
all.
I know.
Do you know why? Because I
on the
didn't
text.
actually watch that game for another 9 hours.
I figured that was going to be an issue because you were reffing at the time.
I was doing a little basketball. By the way, I reffed your squad the other day, and they LCC girls team in the summer league, and they didn't have enough players.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what the problem was. It seemed like something that you would have put together.
No, I wouldn't have showed up with not
They had
enough
5 players, and 1 player got hurt, so they were down to 4.
I guess a lot of vacations or something.
I don't know. Every other team in the tournament seemed to have plenty of players, not your guys. Astro shortstop Jeremy Pena headed to the IL, small rib fracture. I like how they put that in the headline. Small rib fracture. Yeah. The only person who has a small rib fracture is somebody when it's not you.
That's absolutely true.
You know how much
Talk to Jake Cronenworth about a small rib fracture.
You don't even need to have a fracture in your rib. Just have a bruised rib. And I can't think of too much more painful than that other than an exposed nerve in your tooth.
That was a random thing for you to pull.
I don't know where I came up with it, but I've been told that the absolute most painful, maybe there's a dentist out there that can help us on this.
I wouldn't doubt it.
But if you expose a nerve in your tooth, and I don't know how you would go about doing that, but if you chipped a tooth, apparently, maybe this could happen. Ask if a dentist
No,
can help
I
us
don't
on the
want to
chat.
because I know it's probably true.
Yeah. Apparently, that's among the most painful things out there. But I think a bruised rib is pretty painful because if you laugh, you're like, oh, no. It's all over.
It's all over for me.
It's all over if you laugh.
If you chortle, you're in pain.
Don't chortle. All right. Dolphins and Steelers, big trade today. Pretty big for football in the sense that we've heard of all these guys. Jalen Ramsey goes to the Steelers. And the Dolphins were happy to do this. They wanted to get rid of Jalen Ramsey. They didn't want him anymore because they themselves were stupid to have paid him so much money. So they wanted to get rid of him. The Steelers said, we'll take him. And not only that, the Steelers sent back Minkah Fitzpatrick, who was originally drafted by the Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Dolphins let him go because Brian Flores didn't think he was very good.
Yep.
Turns out he was really good.
Really good.
So now he comes back to the Dolphins. Tight end Jonnu Smith also goes to the Steelers.
I don't like that for you guys.
You do or don't?
I don't.
I'm not in love with
pretty
it.
Good.
I don't like that part of it. I like the fact that they got rid of Jalen Ramsey because I thought he was pretty ineffective as a Dolphin. He didn't really make a big difference anywhere. I think Minkah Fitzpatrick has a chance to help. But Jonnu Smith was really good last year.
He was.
Gave them another big weapon there. Now they don't have any tight ends left that I know of, Miami. Let's see. Julian Hill and Pharaoh Brown. Huh?
I just read that the Dolphins are trying to trade for a tight end now.
Yeah, well, they didn't have to if they would have kept the one they had. That makes no sense. All right, well, the Dolphins are – look, the Dolphins – the one thing about the Dolphins, though, is that they have no cornerbacks. None.
What happened to Xavier Worthy?
No, Xavier Howard, right?
Xavier Howard.
The great cornerback.
Xavier Worthy is a wide receiver for the Chiefs.
Yes. No, Xavier Howard, he left a long time ago.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Xavier Howard's been gone a while. The Dolphins have no cornerbacks, and getting rid of Ramsey doesn't help there.
So how are they going to play defense?
I'll tell you. The genius of Miami. They drafted last year the Chop guy, right?
Chop Robinson.
Chop Robinson.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like how you went like this.
Chop. Because every time he gets a sack, he chops. And he actually had a few sacks. And then there are two guys that were back, Julian Phillips and the third guy, pretty good defensive end, rushes the pass.
Not Calais Campbell.
No, he's an old guy who filled in last year. He was hurt last year, this guy I'm thinking of. Got him from Denver.
I know. I don't remember the name.
Yeah, I can't remember his name. Anyway, with those three guys, Julian Phillips, who's been out now for a year and a half, and this other guy, I can't think of his name, number 2. Where's number 2? And then the Chop. The Dolphins think they're going to have the best pass rush in the history of the sport.
Is that right?
I guess they're apparently not going to have to guard anybody.
Is that right?
Yeah, I don't believe them. I'm just telling you that's what they think.
That's interesting.
They are so excited about their pass rush. You talk to anybody in Miami or read any story in Miami, it's like, oh, no one's going to be able to block us. Really? I bet.
Really?
Yeah. Why do I seem to think that they will be able to block you?
I got to figure out this name before we go to break.
I know.
Bradley Chubb.
There you go. Thank you. Bradley Chubb. One quick other note. Not that we should care, but I feel good for this guy because he played here in San Diego. And he was pretty popular. And he was a great player. Rodney Harrison goes into the Chargers Hall of Fame. Or he will. The organization announced today, if you are such a Rodney Harrison fan that you would like to see the enshrinement, halftime of a Thursday night game against the Vikings on October 23rd, you can go to SoFi and see Rodney be the 36th player inducted into the Charger Hall of Fame.
Well, never mind. I'm not going to go down that road. We have a dentist on the chat named Diego.
What do you got, Diego, on the exposed tooth nerve?
So painful.
Okay, so Diego's giving it to us. Yeah,
I believe it. I cracked my tooth when I was and everything, just breathing hurt.
Right. That's the story on that. By the way, Rodney Harrison was a great player. Unfortunately, most people don't remember him as a Charger.
Remember him as a Patriot
because he accomplished way more, won 2 Super Bowls there. But I think he was a better and more dominant player with the Chargers. He tore everything up, but then he went to the Patriots and he fit in a good system.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but
good there.
He did not really care. I can't say he didn't care, but he did not really stand up for San Diego when the Chargers left, right?
I don't know what they could do. What's he supposed to do? Send him money? I mean, I don't think any of the players had a hell of a lot to say about it.
I really don't think I understand. I was here when Rodney Harrison was a Charger, and Rodney Harrison was so much fun to watch because he would just take people's heads off all the time.
Yeah, as long as you didn't have to play against him.
Exactly. But I don't feel like Charger when I don't know why.
I think he deserves it for the years he was a Charger. All right, break time, more Gwynn and Chris. We got some college football news that we shared earlier. Texas State is coming into the Pac-12. Mark Ziegler will give us some information about that when Gwynn and Chris continues.
All right, it's time for the Beaver Nuggets. So the story is somehow Buc-ee's got brought up. I think Frank brought it up.
Yes.
And it's a rest stop / mall / entertainment zone, super center. And someone said on the chat yesterday that they have like 100. They went to one with like 100 gas pumps, which is a lot, I guess. But while we were talking about this, Sam Levitt was in New York listening, and he goes, "Put me on, put me on, put me on." And so we put him on, and he's talking about how much he loves Buc-ee's. And so we got into the conversation, and it ended up being about the Beaver Nuggets. And so I had to order them because I find the name Beaver Nuggets very gross. I find it gross. But we're going to go with this. It's kind of like a Cheeto / a corn pop.
It's like a cheese doodle.
A cheese doodle. And we're going to eat them right now. I don't think these are bad, but here we go. I like it. It tastes like a corn pop.
I was just saying it tastes like a waffle, really.
It does kind of taste like a waffle. You know what? I'm in. These are good.
Yeah, I'm not.
You want another one?
No, I don't want another one. But yeah, I mean, it tastes like a waffle, like a waffle with syrup on it.
It's pretty good. I gotta say, I'm not hating these at all. Actually, they're very good. I like this. The waffle is a perfect explanation. If you've ever had, I'm sorry, I'm talking on the microphone with food in my mouth. But if you've ever had a, what is it? A Lay's potato chip that's waffle flavor. It's kind of like that. Sad Fryer says, are they cheesy? No, they're not cheesy at all, actually. They're sweet.
No, it's like a hard waffle with syrup on it. With dried encrusted syrup on it.
Now, I don't exactly know what the puff is. It could be just fake something.
Most likely. I mean,
it's like caramel a little bit too. All right, I gotta stop eating these because I will eat the whole bag. I love these things. I'm gonna leave them here though because I will eat this if I go home. It's just gonna be a bunch of beaver nuggets in my bed as I sleepwalk or something like that. All right, it's time for the Beaver Nuggets. So the story is somehow Buc-ee's got brought up. I think Frank brought it up.
Yes.
And it's a rest stop / mall / entertainment zone, super center. And someone said on the chat yesterday that they have like 100. They went to one with like 100 gas pumps, which is a lot, I guess. But while we were talking about this, Sam Levitt was in New York listening, and he goes, "Put me on, put me on, put me on." And so we put him on, and he's talking about how much he loves Buc-ee's. And so we got into the conversation, and it ended up being about the Beaver Nuggets. And so I had to order them because I find the name Beaver Nuggets very gross. I find it gross. But we're going to go with this. It's kind of like a Cheeto / a corn pop.
It's like a cheese doodle.
A cheese doodle. And we're going to eat them right now. I don't think these are bad, but here we go. I like it. It tastes like a corn pop.
I was just saying it tastes like a waffle, really.
It does kind of taste like a waffle. You know what? I'm in. These are good.
Yeah, I'm not.
You want another one?
No, I don't want another one. But yeah, I mean, it tastes like a waffle, like a waffle with syrup on it.
It's pretty good. I gotta say, I'm not hating these at all. Actually, they're very good. I like this. The waffle is a perfect explanation. If you've ever had, I'm sorry, I'm talking on the microphone with food in my mouth. But if you've ever had a what is it? A Lay's potato chip that's waffle flavor. It's kind of like that. Sad Fryer says, "Are they cheesy?" No, they're not cheesy at all. Actually, they're sweet.
No, it's like a hard waffle with syrup on it, with dried encrusted syrup on it.
Now I don't exactly know what the puff is. It could be just fake something.
Most likely. I mean,
it's like caramel a little bit too. All right, I gotta stop eating these because I will eat the whole bag. I love these things. I'm gonna leave them here though because I will eat this if I go home. It's just gonna be a bunch of beaver nuggets in my bed as I sleepwalk or something like that. All right, it's time for the beaver nuggets. So the story is somehow Buc-ee's got brought up. I think Frank brought it up.
Yes.
And it's a rest stop / mall / entertainment zone, super center. And someone said on the chat yesterday that they have like 100. They went to one with like 100 gas pumps, which is a lot, I guess. But while we were talking about this, Sam Levitt was in New York listening, and he
said, "Hey, bud, all right, hey, bud, I had 2 teeth pulled in boot camp, and had 2 dry sockets where the nerves were exposed. And yes, extremely painful." He said, many sailors, he said, get their wisdom teeth pulled in boot camp, so this is not too uncommon. I guess it's supposed to toughen us up. So since you have a lot of Navy listeners, they can probably relate.
That's. I remember my wisdom teeth thing being a horrible experience. I can't even imagine doing it during boot camp.
Yeah. I mean, I tell these stories so the rest of us can feel fortunate.
I guess so. That is brutal.
Padres and Phillies pregame about an hour away with Sam Levitt. Matt Waldron makes his first start of the year. Zach Wheeler, tough customer for the Fightin' Phils. Xander Bogaerts, by the way, who left the game early yesterday, 9th inning, is back in the lineup tonight. And isn't that funny that that's like, oh, good. Like all season, that was like, God, does he have to play?
Do we think Xander Bogaerts makes the play that Tyler Wade didn't make yesterday?
I don't know about that. That's a tough one. You know what? Look,
I'm not blaming it on Tyler Wade. I'm just saying.
No, he said he should have made the play. So I'm going to say,
of course, he's always going to say that.
But he should have made it. The ball's cued off the end of the bat. It's spinning like really weird.
Yeah.
But you're a big leaguer, and you should know it's spinning weird, and you should corral it. So yeah, he should have made it. And I'll take it another step further. Xander Bogaerts had a double or 2 doubles and a homer. Should have had 1 double and a homer. I am getting tired, and I don't think I'm the only one, but maybe I am. Bogaerts hit a hard ground ball to third base. The third baseman went over, reached over to backhand it, and he missed it. It hit his arm and rolled off into foul territory. Whatever happened to an error? That's an error. Arise hit a fly ball to left field. Gavin Lux ran over toward the line, dropped the ball. That's an error. It was a double. I'm preaching to the wrong choir here because we all seem to want hit. But, it's not embarrassing. It's an error. Call it an error. But nobody's allowed to do that anymore.
I mean, what?
And they originally called Wade's an error, and then they took it back. They changed it. It's a hit now.
Is it? They have to determine whether or not the play would have required like extraordinary effort to make it.
Extraordinary effort is one thing, but you're going to tell me that Gavin Lux play took extraordinary effort? Did you see it?
No, I saw the play, but I think it should have been an error for sure.
And so should the ground ball that
it depends on how fast it was coming off the bat.
It was hit hard, but the guy's right there. He didn't even have to move. He just had to reach his glove over. I think, again, I wonder if people agree with me or if they're just like, no, Chris, just let it go.
Is that there can't be a home team call for that too, because it's
it is a person who is employed by Major League Baseball, but they don't travel.
They do the Reds home games.
Yes, all the San Diego scorekeepers are from San Diego, and I've talked to them, and some of them here who I know. I'm not going to out their names, but they say that Major League Baseball tells them if there's a question, call it a hit. So that's really on baseball. It's not the scores. And I think baseball ought to...
That is kind of strange that they don't have like a uniform standard.
Well, it's hard to have a standard. Every play is different.
No, that's true.
But what baseball tells these scorers, if you're thinking about it, just call it a hit. I don't agree. There's 3 errors in that game yesterday, none of which were called errors in my mind.
Those hit numbers.
Yeah, it also boosts ERAs too, because those are
no one cares about the pitchers.
Evidently not. All right. Do we have traffic at all?
No.
We don't do that in the afternoon.
We don't do it here. No.
Then let's get our visit with Mark Ziegler so he can talk to us about the newest member of the Pac-12. All right. So what's your take? Texas State. It doesn't. I got to tell you, it doesn't move the needle for me, but I'm happy that they finally got another team because they needed to do this.
Yeah, this is more about necessity and desperation, I think, than it was about, look, in a perfect world, they would be adding, Stanford or Cal or SMU or, a school like that. That's just not reality. And they had to get another team. And I think, there's not a lot. It's kind of slim pickings of what's out there and available. Once the AAC schools like Memphis and Tulane said no, they really didn't have very many options. This is the best option. I mean, I think Texas State, another 5 or 10 years, will be a pretty good sort of mid-major athletic department. They have a president who really is aligned with athletics, wants to spend on athletics. They have decent facilities. They're in a booming area. I mean, that corridor between Austin and San Antonio used to just be sort of rolling hill country, and there's a lot of people who live there now. There was talk of putting an NFL team in that area. So there's a lot of potential there. It's not there right now, and it's going to take a few years. But for what it was, it's a pretty good move. It's just weird to me that this is a conference, the Pacific. It was the Pac-8 and the Pac-10, and the Pac-12. But the word Pacific is in the title, and you're 1,000 miles away from the Pacific Ocean with this. So that's the weirdest part to me.
Well, they're closer than Stanford or Cal are to the Atlantic, as they're in the ACC. Mark, okay, you hit on the word there that I think is on my mind, and that is potential, the growth, Pac-12. To me right now, if you ask me honestly, I don't think the Pac-12 is a whole lot better than the Mountain West where they were. But am I correct in assuming that because of the Pac-12 name, they may be able to turn this into something, the Pac-12 that is, turn it into something that the Mountain West could never be? Or is that wishful thinking on my part?
I mean, it's going to be a little bit better. The basketball conference is going to be a lot better. I mean, Texas State isn't a good addition for basketball, and actually will pull it down a little bit. But unless it gets considerably better, I mean, it's close to a 200 Ken Palm basketball program. But it's going to be a little bit better. You're not going to sort of have the quote unquote bottom feeders of the Mountain West dragging it down, and it's a smaller than the Mountain West. So I think all in all, it's a slight upgrade. But the thing for me, and like I said, Texas State in 5 or 10 years could be a pretty good addition. But the thing to me is I don't think any of this is going to matter in 5 years, because I think the whole thing is going to blow up in 5 years. That's when the media rights deals for the power conferences are going to start coming due. And I think you'll start, if you're ever going to see a super conference, that's when it's going to happen. All the stuff going on with the House settlement and all the lawsuits that are going to be, around that, collective bargaining, maybe, football and basketball programs breaking away from universities and becoming for-profit enterprises that don't have to answer to Title IX. I think all that could happen 5 years from now. So, this conference might not matter. I mean, I think all these schools in the Mountain West and now in the Pac-12 may end up being in the exact same place, in 5 years they would have been had they stuck together. So I think you have to kind of keep an eye on that and not look at this as being like a 30-year conference. I think it's going to be a very brief conference, and it'll probably get blown up again in 5 years.
Talking to Mark Ziegler here, San Diego Union Tribune on 97.3 The Fan, Gwynn and Chris. And Mark, has all of this conference stuff ruined college sports for you a little bit? Because for me, I can't stand it. I don't really understand most of it. It just seems like everything has just become so complicated that they've taken away from the actual product, which is the sport.
Yeah, I think every year you sort of chip away at that. And that's the thing that I don't think the powers that be in college athletics are really looking at. I mean, they look at them, at TV ratings, from last week or last year and think, okay, we're still doing okay. But I think that the rot in the industry is sort of like termites in your house. You can't really see them, but it's there. And I really think that it's happening. I mean, you know, the reason people root for college athletics is because it's an identity. It's the name on the front of the jersey. It's not the name on the back of the jersey. I know the athletes don't like to hear that, but you could put out, 12 frat guys on a basketball team against 12 frat guys from another school. And as long as it was our school against your school, there'd be something there. And that's getting lost. And when you have new rosters every year, guys are getting paid. They're not really students anymore. They're professional. The rivalries are gone. I just think that chips away. One of the things that I was talking with our sports editor, Ryan Finley, about last night about this new conference. This is a conference without rivalries. I mean, college sports are built on rivalries. San Diego State's never really had a true rivalry. So in that sense, it's a perfect fit for this conference. But, Washington State's in it. They lost their rival Washington. Oregon State's in it. They're no longer with their rival Oregon. You go down the list of who's really Fresno State's rival. They try to make it San Diego State's not really. Who's Boise State's rival? Who's Utah State's rival? Who's, Colorado State had a real rivalry with Wyoming. They're no longer in the same conference. And I think all that just starts to add up, to answer your question. And eventually it's going to hit critical mass. It's not there yet, but I just think every year that we go with, turning over an entire roster, changing conference affiliations, I think all that just sort of chips away at fan loyalty. And pretty soon it becomes the G League. And we all know nobody watches the G League, even though that's the second best, basketball league in the country.
Pretty well said, Mark. Yeah. I mean, honestly, because I think everything you just said is what we're thinking. Even when we tune in on Saturday, it's not quite the same. I mean, Ohio State, Michigan, maybe that's holding up, because they were always professional type players playing each other.
Alabama, Auburn.
But a lot of these rivalries and just games just are not the same. There's not the same feel. Mark Ziegler's with us from the Union Tribune. You've written several articles, Mark, about our soccer, the SDFC. And I mean, now they're in first place and this is incredible. And I think people are going to start, really getting a little more excited as we get closer down the stretch. There's still a long way to go in the season. I want to ask you because you're always good at kind of judging this stuff from the MLS perspective, is what San Diego FC is doing in its first season. Is the league really excited by this? Do they feel this is a good thing for the MLS?
Well, yes and no. That's a really good question because yes, in the sense that, it's a good market. It's the market they've wanted to be in since really the inception of the league 30 years ago. They've always tried, and for one reason or another, they weren't able to pull it off. And now they pulled it off. They've had good crowds. They have a good stadium to play in, and they have a good team. So from that standpoint, I think the league is really excited that, that San Diego is a major player. On the other hand, I don't know what it says about your league when a new team can step in and be in first place. I mean, it happened a couple of years ago with St. Louis. They won their division.
Right.
LAFC finished third in their division. And it kind of speaks to the level of MLS. I don't want to bash on MLS's level too much. I mean, people should know. I don't think they really do, but should know that it's not a top league in the world. We just saw that in the World FIFA Club World Cup. Those teams just got smashed. As yesterday 4-0 at halftime with Messi against PSG that really wasn't even trying. But it allows teams to get good quickly because if you're in the NBA and your expansion team, the best players are already in your league. So now you've got to go to get good. You've got to go try to get players off those other teams, other 29 teams in your league. In MLS, you don't have to go get other MLS players. There's plenty of good players around the world on other teams that you can go get. It's a much bigger market, and the market for players, good players, it's much easier to get really good players and be competitive right away. You have a guy, Milan Olowski, who scored 9 goals, in the space of, under 300 minutes for the club and 4 in one game. And it's incredible. But, he was just in Denmark in the Danish league and couldn't get on the field. And it speaks a little bit to his development as a player, but also speaks to the quality of the Danish league. It's pretty good. And so, that's the kind of thing where I think some people look around the league going, wait a minute, how could this brand new team be this good? the GM's done an incredible job. The coach has done an incredible job. The fans have done a great job motivating them. But at a certain level, I think the league's kind of like, it happens like this all the time. It's a very, very volatile league in terms of performances because of the salary cap. And that's just kind of the best part about the league, but also the worst part about the league, that the team can last year's champion, the LA Galaxy, is the worst team in the league this year, has the worst record, and just recently won their first game. And so that happens a lot in this league. And I think that's one of the weird things about MLS.
Yeah, because I remember when we beat the Galaxy, I thought, man, this is incredible. Just knocked off the defending champs. Come to find out the Galaxy can't win a game. So it's weird. Mark Ziegler's with us. I want to call everybody's attention to your article last week about Nathan Mensah. And we only have a few minutes, and you don't need to tell the whole story. But it was gripping to me, Mark. I read the entire thing before I even, got up from the table at breakfast. And just touch on it so people know about it. Here's a former Aztec player who's sitting in his condo in Tel Aviv where he's playing basketball, and now bombs are falling out of the sky, which is not something he was, used to, and not many of us out here in this country are used to. An amazing story. I want people to read it. How did you come across all that? It was great.
So I was just doing some stuff from the Swish League, and the guy who runs the Swish League also happens to be Nathan's guardian, the guy who brought him over here from Ghana.
Okay.
And he said, yeah, Nathan's going to play. I go, oh, he's back. And he goes, oh, my gosh, you wouldn't believe. And started telling me some of the stories. So I went out there and talked to Nathan, and he was great as usual. I mean, he's one of my favorite players, just really respectful. But, I mean, you have to put yourself in his shoes. I mean, this is a guy who, was is pretty innocent for a 27-year-old guy. He came from Ghana, came to the States without his family, played college basketball at San Diego State, got to a national championship game, and now is trying to figure out his way through the pro world. And he went to Israel, and he was really excited at first because he's a devout Christian, and he wanted to see the roots of Christianity, which is all right there in Jerusalem. And so he really took full advantage of that, went on lots of tours and saw the historic sites, but he's just sitting in his like you said, in his apartment on the 21st floor playing a video game with the shades drawn, and notices some flashes of light outside and pulls the shades up and sees a full-blown war outside. And he gave me the video, which I put in the embedded in the online story. For those people who read in the paper, they should go look at that video. It is harrowing, and you see bombs being exploded in the air from the Iron Dome, but you also see a couple getting through and landing and blowing stuff up. And you put yourself in, this is a guy on the other side of the world from his support group, not knowing what to do. I mean, who knows what to do in that situation? And then running down 21 flights of stairs to the bomb shelter, and then not being able to get out because the airport's closed. Quite an adventure. And I'm glad he got back safely. And, what tells you, how it changes your perspective is this is a 6'10" guy who took a 12.5-hour flight, jammed into an economy seat, and said, yeah, it was painful. But at that point, I didn't care. Yeah. I just wanted to get out. And it changes your perspective on a lot of things, and material goods, a lot of the stuff he left behind. But it's a happy ending because he got home safe with a new perspective on life too.
That's a great story, and I'm looking at the video right now. So if you're you're probably not like me out there who read it in the actual newspaper. So when you read it online, you do get to see the video along with it. It is pretty crazy because this is not something any of us are used to. Okay.
Yeah, I had to cut it a little short
because we're at the top of the hour.
Yes, but that I was thinking about Nathan Mensah on a flight at 6'10" in an economy seat.
And happy to be there.
Yeah, that just shows you how scary that was.
I look at the video. It's
It's crazy.
I showed Scraby the video. The video is 12 seconds long. I've never seen that in my life, and I hope I never do.
Yeah, it's wild.
Very scary. Good story, Mark Ziegler. Go look at it online, San Diego Union Tribune, Mark, and you'll find it. All right, we got a little more to go before Sam Levitt's pregame show. Kind of a final update or two on the Padres and the Phillies. Tony Gwynn will rejoin as well. Stick around.
Padres Phillies today.
Diving catch, and Merrill got it. Ecom Bakadaku on the same team, Robin Morg on the same team. Ecom and Morg are fighting on the left side. And now Morg is down to 1 stock, Ecom down to 1 stock. Bakadaku has 3 stocks. O'Farrell needs to win this one to stay alive. Econ and Robin on the left. Morgan Bakadaku on the right. Morgan Ecom only have 1 stock. Bakadaku, Robin have 2 stocks. Now Robin the only one with 2 stocks. Everybody else with 1. Kearney took the first game. And now it's 2-on-1. Actually, Morg is back, so now it's back to full strength on each side. Everybody has 1 stock at this point. Robin looks to be out. Ecom and Bakadaku against Morg. O'Farrell needs this. Morg hanging on. Bakadaku, Ecom both with 1 life. Morg. And there you go. O'Farrell ties it up. Now we go into the 3rd and final game.
3, 2, 1, go!
It's this. Each team, O'Farrell and Kearney, have won a game so far in the championship round. Loser comes in second. Winner wins it all. Bakadaku and Robin on the left. Morg and Ecom on the right. Both floating. Ecom goes down. Everybody with 3 stocks except for Ecom, who has 2 stocks. Now Robin down to 2 stocks. Ecom and Bakadaku trying to get back on the stage. Bakadaku does. Ecom does. Again, this is the 3rd game of the championship round. Morg has 3 stocks. Everybody else has 2. Stephanie says, let's go. Robin and Bakadaku are battling on the left. Everybody with 2 stocks now. Even as it can get in the 3rd game of the final round. Now Ecom down to 1 stock. Everybody else has 2. Robin and Ecom on the left, Bakadaku and Morg on the right, but now Ecom and Bakadaku trying to team up. Robin now with 1 stock, Ecom 1 stock. Everybody else with 2. Bakadaku and Morg 2. Ecom, no stocks. But we'll be back. Bakadaku and Ecom down to their last stock. Morgan, Robin have control right now. Ecom and Bakadaku O'Farrell. Morgan, Robin from Kearney. And that's it. Kearney High School takes it in 3 games. So let me just figure this out just to make sure I have everything. But I believe the tournament is now over, and Kearney High School has won it all. O'Farrell has come in 2nd, and E3 Civic High School takes home 3rd place. So thanks to everybody for watching on the stream. Ecom Bakadaku on the same team, Robin Morg on the same team. Ecom and Morg are fighting on the left side. And now Morg is down to 1 stock, Ecom down to 1 stock. Bakadaku has 3 stocks. O'Farrell needs to win this one to stay alive. Econ and Robin on the left. Morgan Bakadaku on the right. Morgan, Ecom only have 1 stock. Bagadaku, Robin have 2 stocks. Now Robin, the only one with 2 stocks. Everybody else with 1. Kearney took the first game. And now it's 2-on-1. Actually, Morg is back, so now it's back to full strength on each side. Everybody has 1 stock at this point. Robin looks to be out. Ecom and Bagadaku against Morg. O'Farrell needs this.
All right, welcome back. A little bonus time here, taking you up to the bottom of the hour. And then Sam Levitt with the Padre pregame show. Padres in Philadelphia, first of a 3-game series there. Padres have not, we've been saying it all day, but just a reminder, because I think this is what this series is about to me. Padres have won just 3 series all year against winning teams, or that currently have winning records. The Cubs, that was way back when.
They're done with the Cubs.
Right. They went 2-0 against the Giants in a short home series right at the end of April.
I do remember that.
And the only other one was Milwaukee a few weeks ago in Milwaukee, and they won the last game Sunday 1-0.
That's still a pretty good win, too.
It was, but I'm just saying, those are the 3. They're 3-10-1 in series against winning teams. Now, the Phillies are, without question, a winning team. They have the 4th best record in all of Major League Baseball. So it would do the Padres some good, here. And it's not going to be easy because you got Wheeler, you got Sanchez, you got the young kid Abel, and the Padres have not been able lately in a lot of different ways. Bullpen, yeah, I know, not great.
No, it was a good joke.
All right, you got the All-Star updates over there.
Yes, because Phase 2 has started today.
Right. And I just, before you get to the updates, let me ask you, and I know it's fresh in your mind, so maybe it changes your answer.
Okay.
Robert Suarez on the All-Star team? Putting him on there?
He has I think he's tied for the most saves in baseball.
Yes, he is. I mean, it's a whole first half award, right? It's not just for the last 5 appearances.
Here are his latest appearances, Chris.
I just looked them up. I don't need you to read them. They're not good.
They're not good. Something happened in that other one. Win, save, blown save.
Yeah. It's 2-2 with couple saves and a blown save. He's given up 9 earned runs in his last 4 1/3 innings. That's an ERA of 18.71. It's not great.
That's a great question.
Does he go on the All-Star team? Because he certainly before that,
let me see.
He was almost unhittable. He had 21 saves and a 1.78 ERA.
Let me see what else is going on with the National League saves, guys.
I know the Padre fans right now are, oh, no, he doesn't deserve it. He's not pitching well. I know, but that's the last 5
technically
games.
He's only
going to take it away from him?
Technically, he's only blown 3 saves this year.
He had only given up 1 earned run all year until he gave up 5
against the Angels
in that Angel game.
Do you know how many he has now?
And then he went another month before he gave up 5 in Arizona.
He has given up 15 in total on the season.
But 10 of those are in 2 games.
So you got, for the National League, I'm looking at it, I still think he's an all-star.
Putting him in? The guy that should make it from the pitching staff is Pivetta. And I don't know that they're going to, correctly choose Pivetta, but he's pitched all-star baseball this year, in my mind.
Yeah, he definitely has. I don't think there's any.
We know Manny's going to be on it because he's going to get voted in. But give us the latest on that.
Well, Manny he's definitely going to be on the team, but whether or not he starts is determined by the Phase 2 voting, which is today through July 2nd.
Okay.
He's up against Max Muncy of the
Straight up?
Yep. Just those two guys for the starters.
For the who starts.
For who starts, yeah.
Well, here's the. I will say this:
Otani and Aaron Judge are already starters because they are
they
top
had the
two
most
vote
votes in the
getters.
first phase.
Yeah.
Okay, but if you look at the Dodgers, do they not have a finalist at every position? I know Freddie Freeman was way up there.
Freddie Freeman.
I know
Tommy
Betts is
Edman,
way up there. I know Edmonds way up there. I know
Pajes
is up there. Teoscar Hernandez is up there. Will Smith is up there. They're all up there.
Is this going to? I'm just realizing that this is going to be a Dodgers game.
It could be. So that could sweep Muncy into it, but I think Manny's going to beat him.
Manny had a lot of votes in Phase 1, but Manny definitely should beat him. Max Muncy did not have a great start to the year, if we're being real.
Muncy's had Muncy's right. Muncy's had a very nice
Ever
rebound.
since he put on those stinking glasses, he's been great.
He's been pretty. Yeah. Muncy's a tad overblown, and I'm not a big Muncy guy, but I do appreciate the fact that he's done this now, pretty much on a consistent yearly basis for a while. He's no flash in the pan. The guy's a dangerous hitter, but he has 2 games in the last month where he had 2 home runs and 7 RBIs, and he had another game with 1 home run and 6 RBIs. So he has 55 RBIs, which is a lot, but 20 of them are in 3 games. So I'm not taking that away. I'm just saying he's not as incredibly hot as you think he is. I think Manny can catch a ground ball. Muncy can't. I know nobody considers that, but it should be considered.
It should be considered because there is a defensive part of this whole thing as well.
There should be. But if Muncy beats out Manny at third base, then I think it's going to be an all Dodger team. Who's they going to lose? Who's going to lose? Is Freddie Freeman going to lose at first base to who's he run up against?
He
Alonso?
is up against, Pete Alonso.
Because Alonso's been in a major slump again for the last 3 weeks. I don't know. He had more than 1 or 2 hits.
Ketel Marte is leading Tommy Edman right now. Tommy Edman, he's a good player, and he's done some damage against the Padres. I don't know if he's all-star worthy.
I don't know that any of them are all-star worthy over the guys they're up against, but that says LA Dodgers next to their name. They're going to get votes.
That is true. That is a big deal. Yeah. I mean, the fan vote is a huge part of it.
It doesn't come down to whether Tommy Edman is better than Ketel Marte. It comes down to who votes for who.
That's why Padres fans need to get out there, make sure Manny starts over
Make sure
Max
you get
Muncy.
a vote. Yeah, get a vote in for Manny on that. Come on.
The only other player I could see challenging Robert Suarez for an all-star spot would be Tanner Scott.
No, he's been terrible.
He has 18 saves.
His ERA, his whip, he's been pounded all season.
His ERA is 3.46. All right, what about Kyle Finnegan of the Nationals?
Well, what's funny is, you just said Tanner Scott 3.46. Suarez is 3.89, so he's ahead of Suarez in that category. I don't know.
Edwin Diaz has 16 saves, 1.99 ERA.
Yeah, he's in. He's in.
He hasn't had many games to try and save lately because they haven't been good.
But he's in. Diaz is in. They'll take 3 or 4 closers.
What about Emilio Pagan?
He's had a rebirth. Good for him.
He pitched well against the Padres yesterday.
Got the win.
I didn't realize he got the win.
I can't believe Suarez gave up hit. That was
yeah, that was pretty
not what we needed.
I'm going to go back to this stat that Kevin Acee put, or this table that Kevin Acee put in there. But since June 14th, he's just not been the same guy.
I told you, 4 1/3 innings, he's given up 9 earned runs.
That's crazy.
That's not good. ERA is 18 for Suarez the last 2.5 weeks.
Someone on the chat says 1 pitch Bobby.
Yeah,
which is not true because I'm looking at his stats right now. He throws 59% 4-seamer, 26% changeup, and 15% sinker.
I'll be honest with you. 1 pitch Bobby was better than the Bobby we've seen the last 2 weeks.
What was it? Yeah.
1 pitch Bobby used to get everybody out. So I don't know why does that matter to you? How many pitches, what would you rather? A guy that throws 12 different pitches or somebody that gets the guy out?
That one.
Yeah, me too. Suarez got guys out with the 1 pitch. He's got the second one now. You think it would make him much more difficult to hit. But people have been nailing that changeup. I'm telling you, that's what got hit yesterday to win the game by Will Benson. Hooked the changeup down in the corner,
which is really annoying because Will Benson didn't look like he had any clue what he was doing at the plate for a lot of the weekend, even though he was pretty good yesterday.
Well, the great thing about the changeup is it gives you an extra pitch. The bad thing about the changeup is if you're waiting on it, it's not as hard to hit as that 100-mile-an-hour fastball. It just isn't.
Last year, he threw 70% fastball.
2 years ago, he threw 99% fastball. Didn't he? He got everybody out.
Oh, my goodness. You are, let me see, 2023. No, never mind. Sorry. Never mind. Are you okay, Chris? I mean, are you going to be okay?
I'm starting, I just talked to Sammy there in the last break, and I mean, we're kind of taking each other down the rabbit hole a little bit.
Let's be honest, you're taking him down the rabbit hole.
Not really. Not really. He's the one that brought up the fact that Fernando's hitting 208 since May 1st. I did not bring that up. We brought it up separately on this show.
Yes, we did.
But 208 for 2 months is not good.
No, especially with how great he was. He was MVP.
Yeah. He's not anything close to that at the moment.
I agree. It's tough. It's tough, Chris. When I saw Bobby one pitch come in yesterday,
they did not lose that game on Bobby one pitch. They lost that game on 0 for 13 with runners in scoring position, and the unbelievable amount of chances they had to, easily win that game. And so anyway, they're a game out of the playoffs right now, the Padres. That's all. A game out. That's about the best news I can give you because the rest of it isn't that great at the moment.
Just keep floating. Just keep, as Dory from Finding Nemo says, Chris, just keep swimming.
Whew.
Just keep swimming.
Keep in mind, in the last 66 games, Padres are 31-35.
All right, I get it.
Furthermore,
yeah, do you need any more?
No, we need to take a break. Then we'll come back to finish up the program. Tony and I will chat about some more Padres stuff before we send you to Philly.
Viva Santa. I mean, I think first you can have that belief when you put the kind of work in that you do, that your body's going to heal right, and just trusting it. You talked about being an extension of the coaching staff. I would guess that's going to be even more so this year with you not being able to actually do the physical part.
Yeah.
Is there something that you've tried to do this offseason to kind of get you into that mode in terms of being that extension? Because the reality is, although your arm might be useless in 25 this year, your mind's not going to be. And there's still a lot of guys, especially the ones who may be vying for your spot in the rotation, that could lean on you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's my job to help prepare these guys the best I can. And like guys like Waldron, guys like Randy Vasquez, Johnny Brito, those are guys that are, have really good stuff and are not far away from, being, middle of the rotation to top half, starting pitchers.
Yeah.
So trying to share some things. That's something we talk about all the time in the clubhouse is like, you bring something to the table on the field, every day. That's kind of what brings you here and gets you to this level. But, days that you're not playing as a starting pitcher, that's, a majority of our days. You pitch once every 5 days. So making sure you bring something to the table is, something we always talk about. So even though, like you said, I'm not going to be physically on the field pitching, I got to find a way to contribute. And a lot of that's just been, better communication with the staff. And I'm really excited this year to be able to sit in more of the coaches' meetings and see how they game plan and how they, come about their approach to certain teams. And I feel like when I come back in 26, I'm going to have a whole plethora of knowledge and things that I hadn't experienced before to add into my game. So.
I just have to say is I played with a lot of guys, and not all of them are going to take as serious as Joe is taking this part serious, which is getting into those coaches' meetings. Coaches are here a lot earlier than the players,
Are they, man?
especially during spring training. So the fact that he's going to be willing to do that, I think that's awesome, man. That's what separates you from a lot of these other guys out there.
We're talking to Joe Musgrove here, Padres pitcher, 97.3 The Fan. And I have to ask from the fan perspective, because Tony, every day on the show, whenever a team in the National League West signs a new big-name player, all of us fans are kind of like, why? And Tony says it doesn't matter. They still have to go out and play the games. When you see that happen, how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's a different perspective as a player. You know, our job is, our goal doesn't change regardless of whether we add, and that stuff's, you know, out of our control. So you never want to sit here going into an off season saying, you know, we're going to be fired up if we get this guy and this guy, and you know, not if we don't get this guy. So you look at our team, you know, and a lot of people see all the moves being made and don't see us making moves, and it seems like a mismatch in the division. You know, all these other teams are adding, but you look at our roster, I mean, we spent a lot of money over the last handful of years and committed a lot of guys to be here long term, and the value in having those guys return every year and continue to build that relationship and that growth is every bit as valuable as adding a new free agent. So
Love that.
I think with the progress we made last year, and you guys will never understand how we feel. I'm sure you can see a little bit of it on the field and how we carry ourselves and, you know, the camaraderie and stuff, but you'll never truly understand just how close that group got last year. And although we didn't, you know, achieve the ultimate goal of winning the World Series, we grew a ton as a team. We grew a ton as, you know, a unit. And I'm super excited that we got most of these guys coming back. We got the whole staff coming back, and we can kind of pick up where we left off.
Well, last one for me, because you kind of just hit on it, and I think it's so important. The continuity, right? This is, what, year maybe 3-4 of this nucleus being together. How much of an impact can that have on a team, having guys who have been in the locker room together for so long?
Yeah, a ton. And, you know, like, Schulte's big thing is shared experiences. You know, we got guys from all over the league, some guys that are new and have experienced things that most rookies don't, and some guys that have been around 10-plus years that have, you know, been in championship locker rooms and been around the best of the best. So sharing those experiences with each other and helping each other grow along the way, not just, you know, providing, you know, assistance and, you know, coaching, but like sharing experiences and helping guys grow a little bit through, you know, what you've been through is a big thing for us.
Joe Musgrove, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good one we got here, man. Joe, appreciate you, brother.
Thanks so much, Joe. Pleasure, man.
Quick healings, and enjoy the rest of your day,
sir.
man.
You guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I think first you can have that belief when you put the kind of work in that you do, that your body's going to heal right, and just trusting it. You talked about being an extension of the coaching staff. I would guess that that's going to be even more so this year with you not being able to actually do the physical part.
Yeah.
Is there something that you've tried to do this offseason to kind of get you into that mode in terms of being that extension? Because the reality is, although your arm might be useless in 25 this year, your mind's not going to be. And there's still a lot of guys, especially the ones who may be vying for your spot in the rotation, that could lean on you a little bit.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, everyone. He's got spaghetti on the camera.
No, not bad. I mean, it was spaghetti, but it wasn't like entwined fettuccine. It was just typical spaghetti in the earbuds, which, it
happens every day.
It does, every time. Crisello, Matt Scraby over there. Tony and I earlier talked about the Padres situation. Yesterday's loss was tough, and I thought you'd want to hear it heading into the final thing we hear before we go into coverage of today's game, because hopefully we can just put yesterday, draw one of those big, strong, dark lines.
Just and
just start anew today.
Line of demarcation.
Well, yeah, tomorrow's July 1st,
but
demarcation, that's okay.
Okay.
Tomorrow's July 1st, but let's just start July a day early, because June wasn't great for the Padres. Where'd they go? Do we have their record this month? I shouldn't ask that when I could have looked it up during the break. You know what I mean?
Well, this is something that you were very good at. So
I usually know this stuff, but
like just off the top, I don't even have to look it up usually because you just already have it.
You just have it. Here's my thing: the Rockies had their best month of the year.
They're 13-14 in June.
Padres.
Yep.
The Rockies went 10-16. So the Padres are only 2.5 games better than the Rockies this month. That's not a great way to couch it, but hopefully they can win tonight and put behind them a tough loss yesterday. That's what Tony and I said anyway. Tony, we know this. If they would have won that game yesterday, it would have been one of the great steal jobs in baseball history. History might be a little harsh, but you go 0 for 13 with runners in scoring position and leave I don't know how many chances to add to that lead on the table. You just kind of knew almost that they weren't going to win in the bottom of the ninth. It was just had that feeling all along, and so it came to happen. Good news, they got all those chances. Bad news, they didn't put any of them in. So that's what I think hurt
Not
them.
a one.
Yeah, not a one. Incredible.
No, that's the definite takeaway from yesterday's game. 0 for 13, multiple opportunities, and couldn't string together, a hit. And when you leave opportunities in general, but especially when you leave that many, it pretty much forces you to have to be perfect in a game that is very hard to be perfect. And I'm sure T Wade is beating himself up over not making that play.
Yeah.
But that at the end of the day, that has very little to do with why they lost that game. You know what I'm saying? Like ultimately, you leave 13 runners on, or you go 0 for 13 with runners in scoring position. That's you giving yourself no leeway at all.
Yeah, and they actually did leave 13 on too. So 13 was the unlucky number in both categories there. And look, they tried a little bit of everything, right? They weren't making a lot of productive outs early in the game either. Like guys would get on second base and they would stay there the rest of the inning. And so Mike Schilt, put the bunt on and got Cronenworth, got him over and almost beat that out, but got him over.
Yeah.
And, Diaz popped up. So it was just one of those things where you just inning after inning after inning. And, you like I said, if they would have won it, it would have been a great, one of those ones that you got out of there. Bogarts had another great game. And, this is starting to become more of a trend. I hate to tell the Bogarts haters out there, but it's become more of a trend that Bogarts is having great games, doubles, 2 doubles, a home run. And, he's playing great defense. I know he went down late in that game, and I hope that he'll be back in there today in Philadelphia. I'm sure that'll be kind of a wait and see on that, but he's doing his thing, more than you've ever gotten before. Gavin Sheets continues to be a revelation. I know he went 0 for 2 yesterday with RISP, but he also had 2 hits, and he hit the game-winning home run on Saturday. And he's doing it all against left-handed pitching, by the way, which is even another feather in his cap. So
for sure.
That's a prize. I got I don't get a lot of messages from either of you during the game, because you guys know that I'm never watching live.
Exactly.
But Saturday afternoon, there it was from Tony Gwynn Jr. Hey, Chris, we finally got you a 3-run homer. and my response to that in my mind, because I wasn't watching at the time, I was out refereeing some basketball Saturday afternoon, obviously taping the game or DVRing the game. But my first thought in my mind was, I bet you we won this game. I mean, that's 3-run homers do help you win games. I know that I get made fun of because I point out the fact the Padres have not been doing the 3-run homer this year. But whenever you do them, they help you win. And so they got that one win there. And they go into Philadelphia. They kind of got to it's not got to anything. But the bottom line is, this wild card thing is bunching up, Tony. There's so many teams now that you feel like anytime you lose 2 out of 3, you're losing a little ground somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, listen, maybe I would just say that the one positive you could take out is that you did have some guys swing the bat well yesterday, and it seemed like the middle of the lineup was pretty productive. And so they're going to need that in this next go round. I mean, in this next series against Philly, because you're facing Wheeler in a game he's always tough on the Padres. Game 2, you got Christopher Sanchez, who's another one of their good lefties. The Padres have struggled, although they did well against Abbott the other day. There, I thought they ran his pitch count up, got him out of the game. And then on Wednesday, who are they throwing on Wednesday? They're throwing Abel, throwing a righty. So it's
the
a
new
young
guy.
dude. Maybe
young
they can,
guy.
Maybe they can take advantage of the young guy. But this is a good team, another good team, and Padres, facing off against good teams have been a little bit of an issue for them this year.
They have not done as well against a good team. They have mopped up on the losing teams, and that's what's keeping them right in the hunt. Look, I mentioned the wild card race. I mean, it is really tight. I mean, you've got 6 teams, starting with the Mets, then the Brewers, then the Cardinals. The Padres are actually in the 4th spot right now in the wild card. The Giants and the Reds. Those 6 teams are separated by 3.5 games from top to bottom. So, yeah, anytime you win a couple, you move up. Anytime you lose a couple, you move down. And so, there's going to be this quite crazy race for a while. You brought up the left-handed pitching, and I got to put it out there, Tony, how they're doing, better, et cetera. To me, the reason that it feels like they're struggling against left-handed pitching is because Fernando Tatis Jr. is struggling. And it is honestly now a bit of an extended stretch. I know he had a hit yesterday, but he in the I think it's 49 games is hitting like 203, and his OPS is like 670, which is kind of Xander Bogaerts territory. And I'm always willing to give everybody an up and down, 15, 20 games here and there. You go up, you go down. But this is an extended one. 49 games is almost a third of a season. And I've been kind of waiting for Fernando to bust out of this thing, Tony. And it hasn't really happened yet, honestly.
No, it hasn't. And I think the offense hasn't been as good since he hasn't been as good, and so there may be some correlation there, but I mean he's not going nowhere. He's going to be in that lineup.
Oh yeah,
so
yes, I'm not suggesting they take him out. I'm just suggesting that they need.
You just hope that he can get it going. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any doubt. You definitely have to have a Padres lineup at its best. Has Manny doing what he's doing, but it also has Toddy being a big factor in it as well. And so I think him and Merrill both have to, and Jackson he's shown some signs of getting going in the direction that we saw, but those two are going to be vital. I think that's just the cold hard facts, along with what Manny has continued to do throughout the season.
All right, there's our analysis, and never mind. We're going to turn it over to the professionals here in a couple of seconds. Sam Levitt's in for the pregame show. How much time do we have, Scraby? Because this show has been so good, I don't ever want it to come to an end.
Like 1 minute.
All right, I'm going to finish with this today. We were talking about our guy from San Diego, Taylor Fritz, opening up Wimbledon today.
Yes.
Earlier in the show. And his opponent, a Frenchman by the name of Giovanni Petchy Pericard. And you and I said, well, who's this guy? Right? Petchy Pericard earlier today set an all-time record at Wimbledon with a 156 mile per hour serve.
Dang.
Fritz is even 2 sets apiece with this guy, and they're going to a 5th set, but it was suspended till tomorrow.
Honestly, how do you return that?
I don't think he did. I'm sure he just heard it go by.
Oh man, that is crazy.
153. Did I say 156? 153. New record. Petchy Pericard. Anyway, so he's now on the scene.
I voted I picked Petchy Pericard.
You did. You plus the spread.
Yes, plus the spread.
You may win that one.
Yes.
But it's not over yet. All right.
As everybody can tell, Sam and Nick are just like staring at us in studio right now.
What is he? Here, there he is.
He's been on the camera the whole time.
Oh, he has?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that. All right, Sam, go get him. Hopefully we didn't mess it up too bad for you. Want to thank who?
No one.
It was just us. Ziegler was on.
Thank you to Ziegler. Thank you to everybody for listening. We'll be back tomorrow.
TG, we're back at 10 a.m. again tomorrow. So be ready. And I'm talking to myself there.
I was just about to say.
Bye-bye.